go. Oh, let it go.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back. This is week 3, day 2 of the SQ1 League. Excited to be here. I'm Grant R. I'm with my first cast, and I'm joined by Sarge today, who's been a man who's been here many a time. How are you, Sarge?
I am doing very well, thank you, my friend. Are you all good?
I'm excited, man. I'm excited. It's my first cast, and you've given me a pretty big game to start off. So, whilst we're on there, let's run through that. So, 2 games between the two of us to start off. The
Yep.
second game will be Absolved Academy versus Core Dynamic, a sort of lower tier clash, and we'll get onto that a bit later. But the main focus right now, Black Lion versus Sparks Esports. That is the top of the table clash. Both of these teams are unbeaten. Talk to me about how you think this game is going to go.
It is certainly our main event and the game of the week. It's going to be a bloody one. It's going to be fast paced. I am expecting lots of action in every single lane right from the get go because these teams have got a lot of history within SQ1. They are organizations that know each other beyond SQ1 as well. They both compete within Prime League. They've both swapped and changed players between themselves, shall we say. We've actually got players from that played previously on a different roster now against each other on Black
Yes.
Lion and Sparks. So there's a lot of history between these teams. They do know each other very, very well. And, Black Lion, they've got a little bit to prove. They came into this split as, kind of under the radar, I think it's fair to say. So far, they've looked fantastic. Both of them are unbeaten, and Black Lion are not going to want to stop this ball rolling now. They're going to want to keep it going. They are going to want to prove that they can take down the favourites of Sparks Esports in our first game of the day.
Yeah, and that's the thing for me. This is, as you say, top table clash. We are just coming up to roughly halfway through the season as we reach this point, and this is a chance for both Blackline and Sparks to show who is the stronger team, especially with their history from last year, where Blackline were knocked out by Sparks in the quarterfinals. So that's going to be really exciting. We are now into picks and bans, just starting off. With Sparks on blue side and Blackline on red side. The Karthus and Ezreal already coming out. That Karthus ban immediately taken. That's not something you always see, a Karthus first ban.
You definitely don't, but there's a lot of players on Blackline that could potentially use this pick. Cyrox, the main man who you'd be looking at for this Karthus to go to in the jungle, he is one of Blacklion's key players. He was key last split. He's been key so far this split as well. Giving him a scaling champion that can do so much work like the Karthus is definitely one way to enable him, so I'm glad to see it taken off the table. We've seen Graves banned away from the jungle as well, a Wukong potentially that has a lot of flexibility, Akali, Ezreal, Karma, all of those taken off, but we're not going to have time to talk about the bans much longer. Syndra is going to be the first lock-in for Sparks. Did see a little bit of a nerf on the most recent patch, but still very, very strong. Lots of viability in multiple lanes. A really nice flex for Sparks to start their draft with.
Yeah, we've seen Blackline attempt to play some major spot over the past few weeks, albeit perhaps not to the best of their ability.
Mm.
But with that taking the Syndra away, that removes some of that potential, of course, and some of that ability. So, a strong pick for Sparks, but also a preventative pick for Blackline. So I think a smart there. We're actually going to see the Scion picked up in response. A Scion is a very, very strong, well-known pick. I forget for which player, for Fengdary most likely.
Yes.
One he plays a lot. I saw his OP.GG earlier, and that was one of his most played champions. Like, okay, this guy likes his Scion.
Yeah, and
So
I believe it was last week that he pulled out the Scion against Resolve. Did very well on it. It's a safe blind pick. It provides you fantastic engage. It scales up into a massive front line. And if you're going to play via Aphelios, which is what they've just locked in, a big front line that can provide you engage is exactly what you want. Fengdir has definitely been one of the new surprises that Black Lion brought to the table in the top lane. He's made a name for himself up there already. He's being a bit of a bruiser, a bit of a brawler. So I like that the Scion's being picked up for him. He's going to be going into the set though, and Bad Pie is, he's not afraid of a scrap. We saw him week 1 on the Gragas with the fancy footwork. He was making wonderful plays. Last night when Sparks played in Prime League as well, Bad Pie had a fantastic performance, so what we're told. And the rest of the band so far, it's going to be an Ashe, it's going to be a Lulu, bit of what we expect and a bit of something different in the Ashe.
yeah, that Ashe into Aphelios certainly not a matchup I've seen a lot. The Aphelios is the really, really strong meta pick right now for ADC, that 200 years, always showing its best ability. So perhaps a little bit safer on the side of Sparks. That Ashe gives you a lot of engage opportunity where perhaps they don't yet have it. You've got the flex and set now. Wherever he can go, you can leave that open to well, whatever Black Lion choose to do. So they've got some opportunities, they've got some way to move. But I think Lulu Aphelios is a great duo pick for them. That's just going to buff up Aphelios stronger and stronger and give them the chance to effectively carry the game through ADC.
And Lulu as well shuts down a lot of dive potential if Sparks are going to be trying to target this bot line, trying to get Desrim ahead and put Yuya behind. It's just such a fantastic pick. You can polymorph whoever wants to come under the tower with you, meaning they do nothing. You can use a wild growth on the Aphelios to keep him nice and safe, give him that extra burst of health. It makes him very difficult to kill and gives a lot of dissuasion to going bot. And if you're not going bot, you have to start looking at other lanes. Do you want to go top into the Scion? Perhaps not. Do you want to go mid into a potential Corki or a Galio that we're seeing hovered right now? Both mobile champions, both tanky, can get out of dodge quite easily. It starts to limit Antero's options of where he can make his impact felt on the map. And he's been such a key member for Sparks in getting their game plan going that limiting Antero's options through safe lane assignments is a really good strategy that Black Lion can use to just stifle a playstyle that Sparks like to run at.
Yeah, and that can work really well, just that stifling element, just to help them effectively scale up into the game. When you've got a Corki and a Felios, you wait 30 minutes, you're probably going to win. So throw in a strong front line with that. It makes, for me, it's very, very smart picks with that Lulu. However, the Ashe engage, something you have to think about, that level 6, as we see a Rek'Sai picked up to follow. So very sort of early centric picks coming out here from Sparks in return. You've got the engage in the ADC, you've got a Rek'Sai who wants to get about the map a lot early and try and force that lead. Now a Nautilus locked into follow. So lots of engage through your bot lane. Very strong mid, and now we obviously see the set move into top side as a result. Really strong team fight, really want to push the early game. We're literally seeing like the team that wants to engage versus the team that wants to run away and wait and wait and wait. So it's a really, for me, that makes a really sort of interesting dynamic as we see Kindred of it here.
And I was wondering if Black Lion were going to go for this. We've seen the jungle pool squeeze quite a lot for our picks and bans. They will pivot away from the Kindred at the last minute, go towards the Olaf instead. You know, an aggressive lane, if it wants to go forwards, can make his presence known early, especially into someone like the set that both of these champions are going to want to going at each other. The Rek'Sai is going to be coming into you as well. The Olaf can do a lot of work, but that was a very quick pick and ban phase.
Yeah.
These teams clearly
They
knew
know
what
what
they
they're
want.
doing.
Yeah, no, we get no proxies here. There's no kind of big deliberation. And, you know, what? We're now going to have a chance to actually dissect this draft a little bit. We're going to get a chance to run through it while we get into the game because there is a lot to talk about because both of these teams have a lot of options to play around. And I think the main area to focus on initially is the bot lane. We've already kind of touched on it from the Black Lion side when we saw the Aphelios for Lulu. Fairly standard. We know what that does. The Aphelios scales up, becomes an absolute monster in team fights. The Lulu is there to protect and to provide a little bit of poke in lane. If you look on the opposite side at the Ashe and the Nautilus, though, this is a really, really obnoxious kill lane because Nautilus is going to be constantly looking for hooks, guarding you definitely a player that can make that work and find those avenues of attack to punish Yuya and Blackpink if they ever do overstep. And once you do get caught up in the CC from a Nautilus, if you get hit by the Ashe, you are not going anywhere. You have to stand and fight because running away is not going to be an option. The CC and the slows from this bot lane that Sparks have is going to force Black Lion into any fight that they manage to take. And if Black Lion fall behind in the slightest in the bot lane, it is going to be a rough time for them.
Yeah, and you have to think that they're going to get pressure through that bot side Sparks just naturally. Lulu and the Aphelios, they're going to have to play really safe, as you say. This isn't the easiest game for Antero to get picks, especially on a Rek'Sai side. We want to get ahead. But if they're getting pressure through bot, they can at least use that to translate into objectives. And if they feel the need to pressure, or Black Lion feel pressured early that they want to fight around an early objective, or that they're losing too much just through the map, perhaps that means that they may feel wanting to fight. In which case, as you say, you've got two great forms to engage in the bot lane. You've got a lot of damage in that unleashed power through Syndra as well. It's going to be a lot of discipline, I think, required from Black Lion on when to take an objective versus when to step away and let Sparks have it, because Sparks will have that early game. They will have that strength and power and the push on bot lane.
And they will potentially have the faster jungle rotations as well. We talk about Olaf as having a fantastic clear speed. He can get through the jungle incredibly quickly, but he doesn't have any maneuverability, any dashes to get around the terrain, to move across obstacles, which is something Antero is going to have in spades. Yes, he might have a difficult time making ganks work against the Scion, against the Lulu, the Corki, who are very defensive and have those tools to escape. But if he can just outpace and out-rotate Cyrox, he might be able to force some of those fights with the numbers advantage they gain from that maneuverable pick. So I think Blackline have done a very good job of trying to limit Antero as best they can. But this is a player that we have seen pop off many, many times. You can see a lot of respect being given his way in the bans that have come out from Black Lion. He can still make this work if he does manage to get those rotations and arrive to those fights first.
Exactly. And something we've seen a lot of is how Cyrex and Evil Yokai have worked together as a 2v2 and use that to get a lot of pressure and sort of a lead for Yokai. Playing another champ today, Corki, he is from sort of an assassin days. We saw the Akali ban just in case as a result. Now
Yeah.
pivoting into more options. You saw the Azir band away. He played a Galio. He's now on a Corki. Olaf Corki into that sort of Rek'Sai Syndra. I'm curious to see how Antero will play around the mid. They're going to get pressure bot, as we said. How he plays around Nafkala and if he can help him get a lead, whether he can unlock him to move across the map. That's going to be a curious one for me, especially given the natural synergy of Cyrox and Evil Yokai.
Yeah, and it's one of those things where you're not really expecting a whole lot of action to happen around mid lane looking at these two comps because the Corki obviously can just get out with a Valkyrie all the time. He is very maneuverable, very difficult to pin down with his range as well. Syndra, fantastic wave clear. She can use Scatter the Weak to just blow you aside when you do try and approach her. But it's really difficult to make things happen and make things stick in the mid lane. And I'm wondering if the junglers are just going to completely forgo it, kind of take a handshake and accept that we can't make a lot of things work here. We're going to have to look top side. We're going to have to look bottom side. But it's that same question again. Do you look bot side where either lane, if you overcommit, you're probably going to get dragged down if you don't manage to find the kills. And if you go top side, you've got two massive juggernauts who are going to take an age to take down and easily have the damage to put you in your place as well.
Yeah, I think keeping a close eye on Cyrox is going to be a big part of this game. Maybe his job is not to unlock his team, but maybe it's to prevent Antero unlocking the Syndra and the bot lane. That'll be part of the game. So Cyrox going to have to pick up some really smart pathing. I think Black Lion will have to do a great job of they will have to do a great job of keeping an eye on Antero and where he's pathing and jungling. If they do that, they will be in a great spot later on in this game. And as we said, when you've got Lulu, Aphelios, and a Corki sitting there later on, and you've got a pretty beefy front line,
Yeah,
well, it gets scary.
it certainly is difficult to get through. And that's one of the things we said. There's a lot of options that Black Lion have in their comp. They do typically they're going to want to be kiting back. They're going to be wanting to staying safe through the early game, but post 20-25 minutes they can really start playing aggressive. They can look for these big engages with the Scion train coming down and follow it up with all the damage in the world, from the package, from Crescendum, from the Chakrams, from Yuya. 200 years of experience on their side. Will they make it stick in our first game of the day? It is our match of the week because Sparks and Black Lions both currently undefeated, both sat at 4-0 entering into our third week. Which one is going to keep that unbeaten record at the end of this match, I wonder?
Yes, that's going to be the question indeed. As we're finally in game, as you said, top of the table clash here. Sparks versus Black Lion, both 4-0. We have a little bit of rivalry as well. Something we didn't touch on. Fengdare and Nafkala both played on the same team not too long ago. So a little bit of rivalry coming in as well. A bit of knowledge of one another. You see a fairly safe start here in this level 1. And as we said, big part of this game, how is Cyrox going to match Antero? How is he going to match him? Look for those counter ganks. How is he going to prevent Antero unlocking the map? That's what I really want to keep a close eye on.
And we can see already Antero has backed and gone for the sweeper at level 1. He wants that extra bit of vision, wants to be able to set up these ganks and deny as much tracking with Black Lions as possible. He doesn't want them to know where he's going on the map. He wants to be able to turn up in unexpected places and cause chaos. Whereas Olaf, he's gone for just the standard wards. He hasn't gone for the sweeper. So maybe he's looking to try and get an early invade, try and place this vision to follow Antero and let his team have as much information as possible to where this Rek'Sai might be turning up next.
Absolutely. And fortunately, that pause didn't last too long, so we're going to crack back on here as everything starts to spawn up. Rek'Sai starting blue, but you are seeing Sparks put their bot lane away, so trying to fool the side of Black Lions with a sort of fake leash there, it looks like, as Black Lions move into lane themselves on the bot side. So they're not going to be quite sure where Antero started. He didn't get any form of an invade, so very smart start from Sparks there. Couple wards you notice have gone out onto that bot side river as well, so hopefully they see Antero walking across.
And there's definitely the potential with this kind of play to catch Fengdir out at level 2. If Bad Pie can get that level 2 first, can get Antero up there, Sion is relatively squishy at level 1. You know, he hasn't got any items yet, he hasn't got any extra resistances, and between the set and the Rek'Sai, they will have enough CC to be able to take him down. Doesn't look like Antero is going to be going for that, though. Both of these top lanes likely going to tick over to level 2 before the junglers are going to intervene at all. But keep your eyes peeled there. I wouldn't be surprised to see the Rek'Sai wandering up.
As you see, a lot of damage coming out there on Evil Yokai. Nafkala doing a really good job to get that push in there, although it doesn't see the Olaf behind. But you're right, we haven't really touched on this top lane. That set is already looking really, really strong. Bad Pie doing a great job of trading into Fengdir. He's going to struggle early as we see more trading come down to Evil Yokai. Both those mid laners fighting. So perhaps this is, as you say, a top lane is the option to unlock Bad Pie and get that set moving. He will get pressure early, as you say. But interesting, for the first time, we're now going to see the junglers come across each other. And this is what we spoke about. Cyrox trying to cancel Antero, and they do spot him out. The pings come down as Antero just dashes away. And a really nice little good job from Cyrox there.
Yeah, Antero did manage to get the a ward down in the middle of a river, so we'll be able to see if Cyrox goes for that early scuttle. But you can see the bot lane, it's fairly even right now. Neither side have got a massive push advantage, so they're both going to have decent access to this river if a fight does kick off. But Bad Pie and Fengdir are both very low. We could see a kill here.
Yeah, we actually see a flash behind here, and that's straight away. Flash for flash so far as Bad Pie wants to take this fight. He is up, and that's going to be first blood there. The solo kill coming out for Bad Pie. Fengdir getting a little bit aggressive and caught out, and really, really good start for Sparks.
Yeah, it was a fantastic facebreaker to drag Fengdir back in, get that extra little bit of damage, and you can see this is the kind of play we were talking about. Antero is behind already. Blackpink's going to spot him out and force Antero to go away. Good awareness by the support from Black Lion there to make sure they were staying safe in that lane, but this is the kind of power that a Rek'Sai gives you. It does allow you to gank from unexpected angles, to really come in behind your opponents and cause them some problems. And we're seeing now Bad Pie, he has backed, he's picked up the cull and a bit of armor, so he will be doing better in these trades. And if the laning phase does go long, he will have an extra nice bit of gold into his pocket once that cull gets completely stacked up. But Cyrox could be in a bit of trouble here. He's in the jungle. Antero knows that he's there, but the top lane's coming down as well.
Yeah, they saw Cyrox come in, and that's going to be a flash roll for Antero. He's trying to get the knock up there onto the Olaf, and has done, and that's had to be another kill for side of Sparks. Cyrox, he thought he was safe, having seen the Rek'Sai on the bot side, but a really good collapse there from both Nafkala and Bad Pie. Second kill goes to Sparks.
We said that Antero was one of the big members of Sparks that Black Lion were going to be wanting to shut down. We said that Cyrox was likely going to look to invade, get some vision down and try and track him. But the problem is you are going into a Rek'Sai. She knows where you are at all times. Bad Pie already had the ability to roam down there, and there's just so much damage coming through from this set and the Rek'Sai that Sion just can't quite match at this early levels. Another kill goes away with Sparks, another kill over to Bad Pie. This top lane matchup is starting to look more and more difficult for Fengdir.
And this was not what Black Lion needed. They couldn't afford to get caught out early. As you said, part of Cyrox's job was more about stopping Antero. So a good trade there coming to Yokai. Instead, he gets caught out in the enemy jungle. So a bit of a miscommunication there. Meanwhile, we are seeing a lot of trading coming to the bot side, though. We thought that the Nautilus would be strong with it, but not the case. Stumble come down through the passive result. Yuya has to flash away, but now Cyrox is here. Look out, though. Antero is close behind. Guarding, throws out a hook to get himself away, and they're going to try and trade onto Cyrox here as well. Exhaust came out to follow. He'll walk away. No kills in the end, but crucially, flash down for the side of Yuya. Actually, it's not over, though. As I say that, flash forward. They're trying to get Desiree, but the hook stops him and saves him. Now all of a sudden, Cyrox is in trouble as the exhaust has to come out to Antero to save him. Stun out from the Aphelios. Antero dashes away. Somehow, nobody dies.
And in the mid lane, Nafkala and Evil Yokai are trading on the tower. Ooh, Evil Yokai, just enough help with the corrupting pot ticking over to get him out of that. We said it was going to be a scrappy game. It's not over yet.
We
Bad
see
boy.
another kill on the top side. That's another individual 1 versus 1 kill as the emote comes out just to say thank you so much. That's a 3-0 set.
And I don't think we were quite ready, Grant, for action to be kicking off in bot, in mid, and top, all in succession. We were at risk of seeing some in the jungle here, but Evil Yokai's TP will fend Antero back. The first Drake of the game will go over to Black Lion, and we're going to need a minute to digest what just happened.
Well, interestingly, I thought, and we thought, that the pressure actually be through bot meant that there'd be Drake control for the side of Sparks early on. As we said, we expected some top pressure. Didn't expect it to be 2 solo kills, but nonetheless something. Instead, it looks like Yuya and Blackpink have done quite a good job on that bot side already and managed to get that first Drake as a result. Not quite going as we thought, as we're looking for a replay here. So the initial engage coming out from guarding you, but Desarim comes in to trade a little bit, and all of a sudden they caught out, but you have to watch the junglers here.
Yeah, this is the thing. There's a lot of shielding and CC available from the Lulu, which stops guarding you. Oh, we're going to see Oliver replay. Blackpink's in trouble.
Yeah, replay has to stop as we see everything going to Blackpink. He still had his flash from the previous fight, so he will walk away. They try to put some good trading odds guarding you. Cyrox is here, you have to include later. And now Antero to follow. These junglers have matched each other non-stop. They are still trying to chase it. The Lulu speed will come out, and that's Force's guarding use flash. There are no more flashes left in this 2v2 bot lane.
Good control to hang on to the flash for so long. Guarding you will manage to escape, but you can see they're still fishing for it. Antero and Cyrox pretty much mirroring each other's movements so far throughout this match. We've seen 2 3v3s from the bot lanes and junglers. Neither have resulted in a kill so far, but it's been oh so close every single time. They're still scrapping down here in the mid lane, in the top side river, and despite being, you know, potentially more impactful so far, you could say that Antero has had a bigger impact on the game, helping Badpie get ahead. He is currently a level down to Cyrox, and he has lost control of that first Drake. He's going to try and move on to the Herald now, but with Cyrox still in the area, Evil Yokai having just backed and picked up a few more items, we might see a fight over this objective here as Cyrox is moving up.
You are seeing a collapse. This is a 4v3, but they're split on either side 2v2. Early flash having to come out for Cyrox result. Now Nafkala is here. He doesn't have the ultimate. He does have the unleashed power. I lie. Meanwhile, the engage actually goes onto Yuya. Good hook onto him. Red team has stolen away the Rift Herald. That's Blackline picked up. Now Cyrox is trying to 1v3. He's trying to get Antero. He will take him down. That's a 1 for 2 so far. But the unstoppable onslaught is here. Here comes Son. He misses the knock on Nafkala. That means he can walk away. Bad Pie is now here to try and turn around. They want to take this 4v3. A huge RKO means that will slow down 1-2. He will pick up a third himself. This is a big bad pie. They will take the final kill on Fenrir, an ace already at this early point in the game.
Bad Pie showing why Set is such a respected champion right now. Yes, he turned up after Fengdir, but his impact was oh so much bigger. Pulling him over the wall, slamming him down onto the bot lane, picking up a double kill for himself, putting him at 4 and 3. It looked so good for Black Lion. It looked like they had the 2 for 1. They had the objective steal as well, but they didn't manage to get out cleanly. They tried to take the fight, and as more and more members turned up, it went further into Sparks' favour. You can see how it all started off. Corki has the package. Evil Yokai sees that it's split. He pulls guarding you away. He gets him caught out, and that will go down. Cyrox looks for Antero, and they trade blow for blow here. It looks so bad now as Fengdir comes in, but he misses the ult, he misses the Q, and this is where Bad Pie makes his entrance. Watch the health bars drop. Evil Yokai and Blackpink are in trouble. The flash over will secure another kill as well. Nafkala and Desarim still alive to pull up the damage from the rest of the fight. Fantastic play from Sparks, puts them out to a nice early lead. A big advantage on this top side of the map. Set really throwing his weight around. Bad Pie doing an absolute number on Black Lion so far.
Yes, that will lead to a 2,500 goldie already for Sparks. We spoke about how the discipline of Black Lions needed to come in early. They didn't need to fight every objective. To that point, I think Cyrox had done a good job of stopping Antero, getting as much as he wanted. And they even got a Drake out of it. So arguably ahead. Instead now, they've sacrificed 5 kills and they're all of a sudden on the back foot. So we're going to see how they try and catch up in goldie. They do have time on their side at least. As we see, the next Drake will be spawning in the next 30 seconds. There'll be a Cloud Drake. Fengde, he has to be scared now. He's actually trying to take the wave really, really far away. Echoes of Singed in my solo games come out. There's actually a full TP bot. It looks like we're going to break out to a fight here. There was a dive attempted. Yuya's already down. That's the ADC down. They will trade it at least for Antero. A 1-for-1 so far. ADC for jungle. TP out on both sides. It looked like Bad Pie had joined the fight as well, but couldn't do anything with it. 1-for-1.
Aggressive dive under the tower will be countered by Fengde turning up. Sparks are not going to want to press any further onto that with all of the CC that a Sion can output. It looks like in mid lane we saw an aggressive trade as well. Nafkala is very, very low. Evil Yokai is being chunked out as well, but no deaths will go down there. The second Drake of the game is now live, and you can see both of the teams are pinging. A fight breaks out in the river.
Yeah, a bit of a mistake from Fengde. Perhaps he didn't want to jump over. He's going to try and go for his unstoppable onslaught. He has gone to Deserim. Meanwhile, we see 1-for-1 drop so far. They do take down Deserim, so that is their bot lane gone. Fengde, he'll flash away. Yuya is here. However, Evil Yokai has to follow his flash. He's a little bit out of position there. A 2-for-1, actually a win for Sparks, but it does come at the cost of a lot of summoners, and they do have to give up Drake pressure.
They do indeed, and Sparks will now pick up this Drake for themselves quite easily. Black Lion were forced away, and although Guarding You got the nice engage, the Dredge line onto Blackpink, wasn't able to actually transfer that into a win. Gank coming in here, that's not the way you want to go.
They want to dive the tower. He's got the true grit to keep him alive. There it comes out, but it won't be enough. In fact, they've turned it around. Really good work from Yuya and Blackpink there. That's a huge shutdown going onto the side of Yuya. He will take that gold very gladly. A bit of over-aggression there from Sparks, and you know, all of a sudden Black Lion's coming back into it, perhaps through no fault of their own, but rather Sparks helping them out.
Yeah, big misplay coming in from Bad Pie there. Absolutely no reason to use the showstopper under tower. We were talking in the early game of the draft about how good Lulu is at shutting down these kind of dives. He just immediately gets polymorphed, and then he's just tanking tower shots for free. Absolutely nothing that they can do here. And Black Lion will respond with a push of their own. They'll use the Herald that they stole up in that earlier fight. They'll get some tower plates. They won't manage to break the first tower though. They'll now back away. Cyrox once again just shadowing this bot lane, trying to give Yuya as much safety as possible, as much time as possible to become that really potent champion that we have all seen Aphelios become.
Black Lions, clearly they want revenge for the quarterfinal last year, and they're not willing to give it up. Yuya and Blackpink at the moment insisting on carrying this. So we're going to go a little bit back here. As actually, no, we have to give up as they're trying to do everything into Nafkala. Just every time we try to look away, the fights continue. Flash out from Nafkala. He gets away alive.
The teams are not going to let us have a reflective view of this game, because every time we go for a replay and we try and look at what's just happened, they throw something else in our way. Evil Yokai and Cyrox, I believe, went down onto the mid lane. Antero's now going in. He's going to force a Valkyrie out from Evil Yokai, but no real threat coming out there, because, like we said, although doing a lot of work on the map and helping his team out hugely, Antero is behind in levels. Bad Pie isn't, though, and he's going to take the fight to Pengdir.
Yeah, you have to think Fengde is just going to unstoppable onslaught out though. The Rek'Sai has landed it off. We'll see if he'll follow it. Flash forward from Bad Pie to try and stop that. Unfortunately, can't get in front. Dab of the Penguin out to follow. So actually a small win there for Fengde. And in return though, they have lost side of bot control. They've lost that first tower. They've moved their bot lane up top side. Actually, Bad Pie in a slightly bad spot here. Hasn't seen Yuya and Blackpink move up. Looks like he can do the old circle switcheroo there, however, and he'll walk out okay.
He will certainly get out of that. Didn't have the showstopper because he did just try and suplex the Sion as he was running away. An interaction that I must admit I haven't seen before. Looked a little bit janky, but of course Sion does become unstoppable when he hits that R button. Shouting cowards as he runs away for his life. One of my nice little things that I like about the voice lines of the way they work. And that ward in the bush there that Black Lion dropped down won't be spotted out by the control ward. So this top side will have good vision for Black Lion. They'll know if Sparks try and approach this Herald. They've just spotted it now, so Antero will clear that out. And down in the mid lane, you can see Evil Yokai is going low. Nafkala singles him out.
That is a 1-versus-1 kill, the third of the day so far. That Unleashed Power doing a lot, but we have to cut away to top because actually they're trying to find instead. Guardian a little bit caught out. He will pop the stopwatch to keep him alive a little bit longer, but that will be him going down. Rift Herald wants into this fight as well as they turn onto Antero. Yuya, he's still alive. He's still hitting. He's looking for another. That's going to be 2 kills picked up by him and makes Aphelios strong. Nafkala wanting to trade a little bit back on the other side. So everything going the way of Black Lions at the moment with that Rift Herald spawn and the jungler still up. That has to be their next objective.
And what looked like such a dominant early game from Sparks is starting to turn on its head. Black Lion are putting so much effort into protecting this bot side. Visaphilios has picked up 3 kills in the past few minutes. He's going to be coming really, really strong, but Bad Pie is still a falling Fengdir side, can still chase him down.
Yes, you do see that Blade of the Ruin King really helping him take it down. And actually, Fengdir, he's looking in a really, really bad spot. His Showstopper will come out to slam him down to ground. He will not land the knock result. You have to think this is another kill. A shutdown, in fact, as Fengdir picked up a little bit behind. So Bad Pie extends that lead further. We saw it at 1,000 gold earlier. But as you say, now, Sparks, they were 3-4k go ahead. They are now even. This is Black Lions back in it. And when you have a 3-2 of Veos with a Lulu next to him growing and growing, it becomes tough.
And it's something that we've tried to avoid talking about so far, but if you are looking at which of these teams is going to fare better in the big 5v5 team fights later on, you know, post 25 minutes, when you're fighting around Baron, the Drake, when you're trying to force these big engages, it is going to go Black Lion's way. They have the Corki and the Phelios, 2 fantastic marksmen that can just pump out consistent damage at a near unending rate. They've got Fengdir to press the attack forwards, and Sparks don't really have the same sort of luxury. They don't have fantastic peeling tools. They do have Bad Pie to force a big engage, but it's going to be on whether Deathstream can actually take this fight and whether Sparks want to contest this Dragon. Now, it looks like we're going to let it go.
Dragon is correctly smited there. They are actually looking for the fight as a result. Evil Yokai a little bit far away though, so they're actually trying to walk out here. TP was used earlier, but now they see the engage. Unstoppable Onslaught comes forward, won't knock anyone up. Garnier a little bit out of position. He is knocked up, but the hook will go through nonetheless. They are trying to follow on him. There's a lot of damage coming out to support there. Meanwhile, on the other side, as a flash comes out from Garnier, they did get a double knock up in the back line, wasn't followed. Face break will come out and follow with Showstopper. That's it. Showstopper, look at the damage coming out. He'll sacrifice his own life as a result, but that is the support down. It is currently a 1-for-2 as a result, and all of a sudden the fight is turned on edge. You thought that Sparks had it in their favor with that knockdown, but Black Lions turn it all around. Yuya untouched in the back line.
These teams trading blow for blow for blow. Bad Pie gives up his life to demolish the health bars of the Black Lion backline, but there is no way that Sparks can get in there to answer. They try to move forward, and they are just torn to shreds. Deathstream gets taken out of the fight, and all of a sudden, that is their consistent damage completely gone. This is the thing, as soon as this Ashe gets taken out, she is low mobility, she has no dashes. If she is caught or CC'd and burst down like that, Sparks lose all ability to teamfight compared to Black Lions, because they still have the Corki, they still have the Aphelios, and the damage they will be doing is monstrous. You can see Fengdir misses the ultimate once again. Guarding You does buffer the dredge line already, has to flash away as Syrax presses forwards, and this is when Bad Pie goes for it. He uses Fengdir as his entryway. The health bar's demolished, but there's no real answer. Deathstream is going to get rooted up in a second there. He's going to get taken down, and it's oh so close. These fights are really on a knife's edge.
Yeah, Deathstream, he had a rough fight there. Crystal Arrow went wide. He threw a W out the wrong way, and then he walked onto the Corki package. So could have really gone either way. We do see the Scion dashing away there. Fengdir, he does not want that fight into the 6-2 set. A lot of this game revolving for Sparks on the side of top and mid. That's a big set. And you have to notice, Nafkale, he's gone 4-0 on that Syndra quite quietly. And the Unleashed Power does a lot of damage. In return, however, Black Lions, they must feel that their comp is now coming online. They have 2 items on the Aphelios. That's where they want him, together with the Ardent Sensor on Lulu. So basically, it's top side versus bot side as we get into these fights.
And you can see Black Lion are starting to feel very confident. Although Fengdir isn't landing a lot of these long-range Scion ultimates, the ability to charge forwards and just get into that backline and cause disruption in the middle of the team is really forcing Sparks out of position, and it's giving Black Lion's carries the room that they need to start dishing out the damage. They know that they can do this. They know that they can take these fights and push forward because they have the damage on Yuya. Evil Yokai has the damage as well, and it doesn't really matter if Fengdir doesn't do a lot in these fights, because if he's providing time for the AD carries, that is what it's all about. Bad Pie is going to take a fight here, but it might be enough more than he can chew as the rest of Black Lion come round.
Yeah, they are trying to collapse on Bad Pie in time. Can they do enough saving? The ultimate comes out from Lulu, and as Scion grows, you have to think Bad Pie's a bad soul. He will actually throw out his Haymaker, but it won't be enough through that shield. A nice pick up for Cyrox there and the team. A good collapse. Meanwhile, on the top side, though, they are setting up vision around Baron. It is up. It looks like they will be starting Baron, actually, in fact, in return. Now that they see 3 bot side, Sion will back. He doesn't have TP, so this will be a 4-2-4 versus 3-5. Evil Yokai dropped separately, by the way. Completely missed that, so that's why Sparks must feel confident. It looks like a kill was picked up there. They will walk away from it. They didn't feel in control of it.
Yeah, I was going to say, with Yuya still alive, hit over to level 11. He has that level 2 in his Moonlight Vigil. I'm not surprised he wanted to back away from it. You can see so much damage coming out from an Aphelios in these pit-like situations.
Let's see what happened here.
So Evil Yokai gets knocked up by Antero, caught up on the side lane, and does Nafkala just... No, I don't think Nafkala even gets in. Antero just solos him out. Yeah. A Rek'Sai will do that to you if you do get caught out. And this is the thing. Evil Yokai and Yuya are still very squishy. They are still very vulnerable to Nafkala, to Bad Pie, to Antero if they do get onto them. It's getting onto those targets. You have to get through Blackpink. You have to get through Fengdia. But if you can catch them in the side lane like that, they are such an easy target to take down and something that Sparks can look for over and over again.
Absolutely. So a play on the bot side returned with a play on the top side. Both these teams still going very even. That gold lead has now gone a little bit back to Sparks. They have the 2k gold lead, but they are down in objectives. You did see a little bit earlier during all of that backline, actually popped their Rift Herald, which came to no use, as popped on the bot side, which was pretty unfortunate for them. But meanwhile, the game's settling down a little bit. We have a Mountain Dragon leading into a Mountain Soul on the way. So Blackline, they probably won't want to give this up. They will feel strong in the game at this point, and you know, if they get that third Drake, put themselves on Mountain Soul, something that will really help Fengdir. Each of these help Fengdir go more and more even with the set in that side together, the Sunfire Cape. So they're going to cleverly put Fengdir on the top side. He does have TP if they feel the need for him to join this fight. But Vision is in control of Sparks. They're going to start up this Drake, and actually, it looks like Backlines will simply give this up, go, nope, we're not ready for this. And they'll make it 2 for 2 on Drakes.
Deciding that it's not worth trying to force a fight for that. They have better things to do. They can get control of the map. They can take a reset if they need it. They can just get into a position where they feel comfortable without having to fight too much for that objective. Because a lot of people do think that the Mountain Soul is one of the weaker in the game. It doesn't provide a huge amount of benefit. And hello, Evil Yokai. Are you struggling in this match? It seems a little bit there.
Yeah, he had to flash away there. Ultimate did come out, so Unleashed Power did come out a little bit early there. So, yeah, Evil Yokai really, really struggling in his matchup so far. Only at 1.5 items, so not quite doing damage. He's actually a really nice little Corki package there to dodge out that stun, and that means it's traded onto Nafkale. The shield comes out from the Seraph's Embrace, but it's not enough. Huge shutdown there coming onto Yuya. A nice little set of mechanics there from Evil Yokai to dodge. In return, however, Sparks, they did try to start up Baron, thought perhaps not the best idea with one of our main carries down, and instead looking to invade and get some wards out.
For trying to find a pick of some sort, it seems they can see Black Lion members through this ward. They're going to fire off the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, connects onto Blackpink, but no real way to follow that up, and it looks like they're just going to disengage. And one thing that I do want to highlight a little bit that's concerning me about Sparks is the amount of times they are getting caught in a side lane, being over-aggressive for picks. We just saw Nafkala go down there, desperately trying to take out Evil Yokai. Evil Yokai just teasing him under tower out of the Syndra's range. We saw Bad Pie a few minutes ago trying to take this fight to Fengdir under the same tower, and it's giving Black Lion room to get back into the game by picking up a few of these shutdowns. 4-0-3 was Nafkala's score before then. That's going to have been a lot of gold back over into Yuya's pocket, and it is this Aphelios that is benefiting from these kills time and time again. You can see he's at 2.5 items at the minute. He's going for that Death's Dance, for the extra sustainability, the extra lifesteal that you get from that. Giving away kills like this is not too bad if it's once. It's a little concerning if it's twice. If you do it 3 times, 4 times, you are giving away a massive amount of gold and a massive lead that you have no reason to let Black Lions have. And you're doing it for what? For greed over another kill? There's no real need for Sparks to play like that, and I want to see them rein it in a little bit.
It's not worth it, as you say, and something's worth pointing out. Aphelios, he's sitting at 4 and 2, but 2 to 3 of those have been shutdowns, so quite large gold pickups there for him. A lot of vision coming out onto this top side for Sparks. They want to threaten this Baron a lot. We're going to have to see, as you say, Bad Pie, as he now pushes up into that bot side. A lot of vision actually sitting on the side of Black Lion. So very safe for Feng Deer. They know he's not collapsed. But Bad Pie, how he works with the team is going to be the key. This is a big setup on both teams now. That Baron becomes the next big objective with no Mountain Soul yet on the table for either side. But Black Lions, they are being forced back. They are being pushed back. Having to sit in their jungle a little bit and allow the pressure. So how Cyrox moves about the map, how anyone else moves about, will be the key, and if they can continue to get those picks.
And Cyrox is the higher level above Antero still. He has been this entire game.
How? That makes no sense.
Yeah, it's he's just been doing a lot of work. He's been doing his farming, he's been mirroring Cyrox very well, and this is one of the things we said. Olaf does have a fantastic clear speed. He can chop through those camps in the jungle incredibly quickly, and if he's still managing to keep pace with Antero, he's going to be coming out ahead, and it's going to give them that smite advantage if it comes down to the 50-50 around the Baron, a place where Sparks have struggled in the last split of SQ1. It must be said for anybody that remembers, mid-split they did show a few problems closing out around objectives, but we haven't seen anything so far to lead us to concern this split. They are looking very, very strong indeed, but it's definitely a worry when you have so many tools fantastic at fighting in an area on the side of Black Lion, such as the Scion, the Aphelios as well.
Yes, indeed. Cyrox having a great game, as you say, as we see a little bit of a brush setup put here. Antero and Guarding You, they do know where they are as walls start to come out to clear this vision. They want to set up for Drake here, so looks like it's going to be a bit of a battle of vision and who can take what. Bad Pie is here on side. Feng Deer is pushing bot first before he rotates up. Now, you remember, long-range engages are the Feng Deer special there with the Unstoppable Onslaught, so they can choose at any time. Evil Yokai, he has the Corki package. That makes them very, very strong right now. And it becomes a battle of pushing mid. Guarding You doing a great job forcing up. But look at Fendir. He's ready to engage on that side. They don't see him. They will now spot him on the vision. So he will be in a bit of an awkward spot.
Yeah, they know he's there. And you can see the TB flank coming in from Bad Pie. This Fendir could be caught out.
TB coming out. They're going to put the flash on Tantera, and all of a sudden the Unstoppable Onslaught's going to go into the other side. But a huge scatter of the weak means that 2 stuns in their back line. Cyrox is down. That's the Olaf gone. They have trades, though, onto the Syndra. She is in return. Evil Yokai still hitting. Bad Pie hits him down. This is looking really good. You have to look to the left side. Desarim is free hitting as Yuya went down as well at the same time. A massive scatter of the weak there starting off the fight. Sparks go, thank you very much, and they'll take the Drake with it.
They'll take the Drake, but are they going to be able to get the Baron after it as well? 20 seconds on Cyrox, 30 on the rest of the squad. You can see Antero, Desrim, and Guarding You are moving over. Bad Pie is sure to follow. Blackpink, the only member alive right now. Ash has the damage. Antero and Guarding You can tank it up. They will be able to cut through this, but the Blast Cone is there. Will Cyrox be able to get over? I doubt he will. It's up to Blackpink to try and make some sort of steal. I think they're just going to let it go.
Yeah, it looks like they're not going to have time to reach Baron, so that will be Blackpink and Cyrox who just spawned going, no thanks. And, you know, we think the Black Lion have the stronger fights here, but Spark's doing a great job of using their vision and preventing, forcing Black Lion into darkness for their fight. And you saw what happens there. If they group up, Scatter the Weak will hit a couple. You've got the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. And that fight was split, and that's exactly what Sparks needed.
And I think we're going to go into a replay of how that fight started. You can see Fengdir tries to flash over, but he gets knocked up. The Unstoppable Onslaught gets away, but
Three-man stun.
Yeah, it doesn't manage to really hit anybody, and the fight is super split. It looks like Black Lion are doing really well, but Antero comes back over the wall. He manages to get onto Evil Yokai. He manages to get onto Yuya. Blackpink is just forced out of the fight on this side, being zoned away by Antero. Fengdir is caught just being kited by the Ashe and the Nautilus. It was a really good engage by Black Lion, a really good attempt, but Sparks just had the tools to kite it out, and they managed to get onto the key targets and take them down.
Absolutely, and you have to think that's a little bit against the grain when you look at these comps right now, but Sparks doing a great job. Antero brilliantly sort of flanking there, and together with the Syndra come up. But they do actually try and get another engage here. Enchanted Crystal Arrow will go wide. Desarim struggling a little bit today with so many shots. But now TP behind Fengdi. They see Nafkale. They want to catch him out. And someone also immediately knocks him up. The Corki damage over the wall. Huge pickup there as the Wild Growth also knocked him up. A bit of a bounce house there for Nafkale, and he's caught out. A beautiful pickup at the cost of a TP.
I don't know how Nafkala didn't see that TP coming, but I think as soon as Fengdir arrived from out of that bush, he knew that he was in the wrong place at the wrong time. The Syndra will go down, and that kind of stops all of Sparks' push here. They are forced to disengage, and it's now Black Lions that can move down mid. They have 4 members right now. Evil Yokai is bringing up the rear. He doesn't have the package available, so won't have that tool if a fight does break out. But with the Baron minions, will Sparks be able to hold on to the base towers, or will Black Lions just use this man advantage to try and force it down? It looks like they're going to back away instead.
Yes, who has the Baron, you may ask? Well, it's not Black Lions, but they don't care, and they pick up 2 towers in the mid lane there. So I suspect that the gold sitting here in this Baron power play actually sitting the side of Black Lions. They are still 3,000 gold down, though, so a little bit of that extra item possession sitting on the side of Sparks. But as you say, as this game gets longer and longer, that Aphelios Yuya, he is strong with Lulu next to him. That's 2 items now on the Lulu, 4 items, in fact, on the Aphelios. Those shutdowns doing brilliant work to get him into this game, and you can't even count out Evil Yokai. You saw the amount of damage coming over the wall there just with a few packages. As Antero will dash forward, force the little Valkyrie away. Evil Yokai goes, no thank you. A trade even in towers, 2 for 2 towers, but as you said, big Corki, big Aphelios, big Lulu.
And this is the thing, Sparks' team fighting now is a lot about positioning. It is a lot about getting that target access and bursting them down as quickly as possible. If Evil Yokai and Yuya are allowed to survive, allowed to kite back, they will shred through Sparks, and there is very little they can actually do. It's on Fengdir and Blackpink to give them that time to take the fight, to give them that space that they need to dish out the damage. Otherwise, Nafkala, you saw what he can do. If they fight in a choke point, he will get a free 4-man scatter of a week, and that is Black Lion's fight gone before it even begins.
Absolutely. The game calmed down a little bit as we are now hitting the late game. Dragon is spawning in 40 seconds. There is a Mount Assault available for Sparks here that will help Bad Pie on the side lanes, albeit not the strongest assault for them, more about denying it away even from Black Lion to help Fengdir. So Black Lions, this is where they were last time. You can smell a little bit of deja vu as they're walking into darkness. Can Sparks get the engage they need in this hidden darkness will be the question. There is a lot of time still on this straight to come up. 20 seconds as pressure becomes push. You see again that damage coming out into that little side bush there. They have the pressure and push on mid, which means that all of a sudden it's a little bit of a struggle here for Sparks to get the engage they want. There's a group set up here. We will see an engage.
Both teams have all the tools available. It's just when are they going to pull the trigger? Neither are willing to back away. Bad Pie's on the back line.
Actually, Bad Pie in a really bad spot. The polymorph wasn't enough. He flash away, but he's gone down without throwing out his ult. They've at least traded onto Blackpink, so there's no wild growths come out. Look at Nafkla. He's getting soloed out by Fengdir on the right side, on the left-hand side, guarding you. And Antero trying to take down Yuya, and they successfully managed so. At the cost of what, though? Corki putting a lot of damage out. But now Desrim, he wants to try this 2v1. Antero looking to go back in, flash away. A lot of damage going to Cyrus. Can Desrim turn this around? Throwing out the Runan's arrows. Now Antero wants back in, but the Valkyrie will come out. He will Zhonya's or use his stopwatch to stay alive. Really, really close. But guys, Desrim trying. He does survive on the side of Evil Yokai. Flash forward for Nafkla, but the Q throw goes wide. He will at least take him out with his Dark Sphere on the way out. Just the junglers remain after a really bloody 4v4.
But there's no way that Antero can approach this pit now. He is far lower health than Cyrox. Olaf has that healing available. He will be able to take this dragon. It's only a miracle steal by Antero that he's going to secure it. A really messy fight by both teams there. And you could see how much work Fengdir was doing on that backline. He completely zoned away Nafkala. He stopped that Syndra from having any impact in the fight. Had to come in at the tail end and use the flash, everything to try and get Evil Yokai, still going down in the process. We're going to go into a replay here, and we said that it was going to come down to execution, it was going to come down to positioning. Watch that ward. That is the key for Bad Pie. He's waiting for the TP, and as Black Lions converge into the river, as they start to group up, you can see him begin to channel it here. He's going to come in through a backline. He will get a good showstopper right out the gate, but then there's so much damage from Black Lion to pin him down.
He doesn't actually look at. He doesn't even have time to use the showstopper. Actually, now we actually have to walk away. Yuya's dropped down. That means that Baron also comes Sparks. You think that every time Black Lions look like they've got control of the game, they seem to throw it away again with a pick from Sparks. Baron for Sparks. Second Baron of the game for them. That makes them nice and strong. These picks are really sort of carrying this game.
They are indeed, and it is such a close game still. We've had 2 Barons go over to Sparks, but there's only 4k gold in it. And as you're starting to approach this 36-minute mark, that gold difference matters less and less and less. We hype this up as the game of the week. Both undefeated teams coming at each other. Everybody that voted in predictions, it was, I think, 52% to 48% in favor of Sparks. So even our community couldn't decide which way this game was going to go. Black Lions look like they're at a deficit, but only by a hair's width.
Absolutely. Pause comes in, hopefully won't too long. Let's go back to a replay of that pick. So he feels safe. He's got the vision ward on the right side, but he's not covering himself. Enchanter may have gone wide, but it didn't matter because Antero doing a great job of getting under the wall. And you know, it's the tank and the bruiser carrying that fight, and that leads to the Baron. So with Baron sitting here on Sparks, the job of Black Lions becomes to save their base, stop the inhib towers taking down Sparks. They struggled a little bit with their first Baron. This time they have more pressure and more control. So breaking the base has to become their goal. These fights in this game is not going how it should in terms of these comps. We are 36 minutes in, and Yuya is getting picked on Aphelios with a Lulu. Like, what's going on?
Yeah, overstepping there, trying to just get a little bit of farm. He's going for the Mercurial Scimitar, so he has that Quicksilver Sash already available. Give him a little bit more safety if he does get CC'd in these fights, and that could be the difference between winning or losing the game. We are getting to that stage where the next team fight, the next time one team comes away with a substantial lead, it will be the match. There's base towers remaining in pretty much every lane. It's only that tier 2 top tower still standing for Sparks outside the base. We're counting down 2, 1, and we're back in the game.
Absolutely. So 5k gold lead now sitting on the side of Sparks. They have Baron to go with it as they come out of their base together. This has to be their chance to finally break open the base, but you always have to be careful against Black Lions team. The Aphelios, the Corki, and the Lulu all getting big now and doing a lot of damage. A lot of wave clear as well on the side of that Black Lion. So breaking the base will not be easy. We're going to have to see what form of engage can come out of Desrim and Guarding You to ensure that they can break open the base.
Certainly going to be a difficult task, and it's made all the more troublesome by the fact that it's going to force Sparks and Black Lion into these small areas, into these places where you might see a 4v4 or a 5v5 team fight. And right now, that's exactly what Black Lion want. They want Sparks to be coming to them. They want them to be in a certain area where Black Lions can prepare and can get these big engages down. So coming to these towers, coming to these base, although they have the Baron buff, it's not exactly an easy prospect for Sparks, and they have to be oh so careful because one good engage from Fengdir could cost them everything.
Absolutely. This game does feel on a knife edge here. With this late into the game, those death timers are long. One fight or one misplay is all it takes. We've seen a lot of individual mechanics helping carry some of these fights for both teams. So very curious to see how that next fight will go as we see a sort of a 4-1 to a 5-man, actually a 5-man setup here in mid. Bad Pie joining up with the team. They do have the push on bot initially. Actually, that will cancel out. So now they're just going to try it. And there's engage to talk about. But Valkyrie away means that Yokai will walk away. Big engage tool for the side of Sparks is down. They get a lot of chip damage onto the tower. Looks like it's going down. And they'll probably just try and defend this cannon minion best they can. They'll have to walk away. Next wave will come in behind, but Spot knows something. Actually, Nafkale, he's going to walk too far forward. That's him catch out. Now instead, Black Lion sees their chance to engage. Double stun onto Desrim and Antero. That is so bad for the side of Sparks. They've thrown everything they had there. Triple kill for the side of Black Lions, and massive death times means perhaps they can head to the base and turn it around.
This could be it. There's only the top laner and the support left for Sparks. They have no range available. Black Lions still have Yuya. They still have Evil Yokai who's going to be TPing in. With 5 members strong, they're going to look for a base, but Sparks, they're going to do the best to cull the wave and cause disruption in the backline first. They're on to Evil Yokai.
Bad Pie and Guarding You doing the Hail Mary to try and take out the way and save the game. Bad Pie doing a lot of damage actually, but it isn't enough. Game over ping from Yuya there. There are 20 seconds or so on 3 of these players, but that split set of deaths means that doesn't make it easy to defend. Black Lion's looking to run down. They don't even care about the tower. Look at the amount of damage they do. Who needs minions in this game when you've got an Aphelios with a Lulu? Inhibitor will follow, but notice, Nafkale, he's back up. Desrim and Tero just about to follow. Can they defend? There is no wave to worry about. The cannon will go down, in fact, as a result. Didn't see that, but immediately Nafkale, he's blown up yet again, twice in the road. Instead, Desrim tries to turn on. Yuya's gone down. Now all of a sudden, Desrim can carry this game. Antero, he's trying to force a fight around the tower. Blackpink flashes away. But Feng, they're doing so much work. Basically 1v1s himself. Antero with the Hail Mary flash away. That will be a delayed triple kill for them, though. That will be the game. And Black Lions will sit atop the Square 1 League for the first time solo.
They came into this match with everything to prove. They came into this split with everything to prove. And now, in week 3, Black Lions will move to the sole commander of first position in our scoreboard. They will give Sparks the first loss of the split, and they will stake a claim. Like we heard from them in week 1 in their interviews, they are the best team in the league. They have rebuilt this roster around Cyrox and Evil Yokai, and they are here to blow everyone else aside. They want to win, and on this kind of form, you can see that they have a decent shot at doing it.
Yes, absolutely. Well deserved from Black Lions. They're doing some great team fight state in the game. And you see there, the Syndra, Nafkale, he was looking so good for 35 minutes of the game. He played it really, really well. And then he got caught out once and twice. So as we said, it was on a nice edge. All it could take is one catch or one moment of brilliance. And instead it was the catch, as we said. So well played there, Black Lions. We actually look to a replay here.
And we were talking about how it was dangerous for Sparks to approach these towers, how one big engage could be everything. They're desperately trying to defend the tower. And you can see here, Nafkale steps too far forwards. He's trying to burst out Yuya. It's just too far forwards. You then have Fengdir charging in, gets onto Desrim, gets onto Antero, and from there, you know the game can only go one way. Fantastic job from Fengdir to get the pick there at the end. Good job from Yuya with baiting with his face, drawing Nafkale into the jaws of death. And Black Lion, they see the opportunity and they do not waste it.
Yeah, I see what you were telling me about this Scion pick on Fengdir, because had a rough start in lane, died a couple times solo. You know, he's always going to struggle into that set, but later on into the game, did so much work. The fight around Dragon Pit just completely separated Nafkale and carried that fight. Then he does it at the end with a double knock up. Even in the base, he's the reason Desrim went down. So really, really good work for him from the team fighting element. Cyrox has also had a great game in canceling out Antero. So great work all around from Black Lions. Sparks, I'm sure they'll be pretty disappointed. They had that game in their hands and they arguably threw it. But they should still take a lot of pride away from how they play the game. You know, even at 35 minutes where their comp would struggle comparatively, they did so well in the fights and still played around objectives with 2 Barons. So a lot of things to take away there. You know, sometimes there's a misstep, sometimes there's a misclick. That doesn't mean you did bad. So
we've now got to look at who we're going to crown our MVP of the game. And I'm going to say that this might be a bit of a controversial pick for me, but I'm going to go out with Fengdir because although Evil Yokai and Yuya were the carries, they were the ones that ultimately did the damage and caused the game to be won. So many of these fights went Black Lion's way because Fengdir was providing zone control. He was keeping away Nafkale, he was keeping away Desrim, and buying that space that was so vital for Black Lion's comp. He was doing the engages so the fights could actually start, which without them, all you've got is an Olaf running at them. So for me, it's going to be Fengdir. I think he's been a real key addition to this Black Lion roster. And in these first 3 weeks of play, he's really standing out to me as someone who knows his job and is performing it excellently.
Absolutely. I also want to give a shout out to Blackpink. When you're a Lulu, sometimes you get missed a little bit. Just pressing a couple buttons isn't as easy as it looks. The position matters. 22 out of 27 kills he was involved in. So massive participation there. But I can agree with you, Feng. It's very rare to crown an MVP to someone who died twice solo in lane. But also when you basically solo carry the last 2 to 3 fights as well, well, I think that's going to earn it for you, because ultimately that's what won them the fights in the game. But yeah, shout out to Blackpink, as I said on the way out there. Some great work from him to keep Yuya and Evil Yokai alive.
Absolutely. And we're actually going to be throwing it to a quick interview now. Milky Cereal is going to be bringing you the few thoughts from Fengdir, the victorious top laner of Black Lion in their victory over Sparks, and how it feels to remain undefeated at the top of the table. We'll be back after that interview with Absolved versus Core Dynamic, so don't go anywhere.
Thank you, Gron and Sarge. I am here with Fengdir, the top laner from Black Lions. And, well, Fengdir, top lane, it didn't start out the greatest, did it?
No, it did not, but I made a plan how we're going to win this game, and we won in the end. Like, that's all that matters. Like, we got the dub.
Okay, you say you made a plan. I love hearing about plans, Home Alone, all of that stuff. What was the plan?
The plan was all made by Blackpink. He's the one that leads the whole team. He makes all the calls. He makes all the macro rotations. If he makes a decision, everyone's gonna listen to him. Everyone's gonna follow his call. If he says you need to recall now, get it here at 12:35, we're gonna make a play. I fully trust him, and if I int, I'm gonna blame him. But if we win, he gets all the praise as per usual. He's the best player I can have on this team.
Okay, well, there was one call that I did really like, and it happened in your bottom side jungle. You TP'd in behind Nafkela, and I don't think he saw you coming, and you just absolutely blew him up. Who made the call for that one?
Yeah, it was Blackpink. As I said, he's the big brain. He talks nonstop. Sometimes we can't tell how much he speaks. The amount of information he gives us, it's we don't even have to use our brains. We just I just act like a zombie in lane. I int, but he's it's good thing. It's good. It's all according to plan.
And in those fights, they were so skirmishy, consistently going one way, then another, then out of lane, you guys getting picked off, then you finding picks on Sparks. How was the mental of the team? Did you always know, okay, this game is coming to us, just chill, just play it safe? Or did you think that you had to rush it a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, we mostly talk, but as I said, Blackpink said it's fine, we can do this, wait for item spikes when you hit your item spike. And when we hit 3 items on Aphelios, and then the game went a little bit too late, really late into the game. But we had Corki Aphelios late game, so we didn't have a worry. It was up to them to make the play. And one more thing I want to say about my ADC, if that's fine with you.
Yeah.
Yeah, what's most impressive is that in the same time, you got exactly the amount of attention needed to farm safely on Aphelios this game. The jungler knows what's up, and obviously the communication between jungle and support is crisp to enable Yuya to farm safely and to scale up, while I just play my own game and hope for the win.
And there were a lot of doubters coming into this game, yourselves and Sparks, both at the top of the standings, both undefeated. This game was so big. Having now taken on Sparks and taken on, some of the other big teams like Resolves and Last Split's champion Split Raiders, who do you feel are your biggest kind of challenges for, the title of Summer Split champion?
Oh yeah, I was gonna talk about that. I think the best teams are us, obviously, and Sparks. I respect this team a lot, especially the mid laner, because the mid laner played with me on EBL, a national league last year. So I've talked to him. I played together with him on a team, so it was all in good fun this game.
Well, that's great to hear. Now, you guys are obviously still undefeated. You take on a Core Dynamic later on today.
Mm-hmm.
Is that are we going to see a stomp, or do you think it's going to be a bit more of a close game?
Well, we'll see what our big brain Blackpink has to say about the game. I trust him with my whole fucking life. But yeah.
Apology to our viewers for the swearing, but it's good to hear you've got... Oh, no worries at all. But good to hear you have full faith in your support. We'll be
Cool.
keeping our eyes on them to see whether Blackpink makes any int calls or if they are crisp and on point like a packet of walkers.
Most of the time,
But-
it's crisp.
Crisp. Okay. We definitely look forward to that. We're going to be heading into a break, and we will be right back with our second game of the day, Absolved taking on Core Dynamic.
Okay.
Trapped inside this spell. Now I feel like your demons drag me close to hell. I can feel that.
Welcome back, everyone. What a game we just had, but there are many more games to play today. Next up, we have Absolved Academy versus Core Dynamic. This is two teams that are sitting 1 and 3. They're having a bit of a rough split so far, struggling to sort of find their consistency. But this is a chance for one of them to get one over the other and move up the standings. So never been a better time to suddenly find some form.
No, it absolutely is. And, I think we kind of agreed when we were looking at the scheduling this week, Grant, that me and you were going to get the close games. We were going to get the ties. We were going to be the difference maker between the teams that were tying at different points within the split. And we've already seen Black Lions move to undisputed first place. which one of Absolved and Core Dynamic will join Glorious Gaming at 2 wins at the end of our match. Of course, they both got 2 games to play today. It's going to be Absolved versus Core Dynamic now, then Core Dynamic versus Black Lion afterwards, and the final game of the day will be Absolved versus Sparks. And I think it's fair to say that this is perhaps the easier game for Absolved and Core Dynamic of the of the schedule on the day. The later 2 might be a little bit trickier after what we've just seen.
No, exactly, and that's why this match actually matters so much, because you are trying to still get as high into that as possible. And, with the 6 teams making playoffs, there's that 6th spot open. We're coming up to halfway through split. 2 and 4 looks a lot better than 1 and 3 when you're going into 2 games later, which, with respect, you're expected to lose. If games go as they should, this is already something you can talk about as the decider for that final playoff spot, even if we're not even halfway through the season yet.
Oh, it absolutely could be. And, we have to remember that in our last split, we did see the likes of Split Raiders. They were looking really shaky, really inconsistent throughout the first few weeks. And then they went on a 6-game winning spree to make it, I think, 4th seed into playoffs. And then they won the entire split. There's absolutely no reason why teams can't make a big run of it and go all the way through. But you have to get into that playoff spot to start with. And, games like this where you can pick up a win are going to be very important. But we are straight into picks and bans. They've gone thick and fast. Kled, Karma, Diana. It's going to be Set, Graves, and Aphelios. So a little bit of what we expect. A little bit of a personal preference band, I think. Towie always going to get that Kled taken away from him.
Yeah, not surprised to see the Kled, as the Thresh is the first one to be picked up. Really nice engage and repositioning abilities there. Bit of a takeaway from Meki as well. So it's one you don't see very often anymore as a first pick. However, it's still very much in the meta. Kind of curious to see why this is taken away this early on.
I think it forces Core Dynamic to show what they're going to do first. At the end of the day, Thresh is always going to be a decent blind pick option because of his fantastic peel, his pick potential, and the safety he brings to your ADC or any member of the team. And it doesn't really give too much away. He's that versatile that Core Dynamic are going to be forced to show what they want to do. It's going to be a Lulu lock-in first pick. We just saw what that did for Black Lion. So much protection. And that could be paired up with a Cogmore as well. That's a late game scaling lane.
I mean, we see the classic of combos, right? Lulu Cog.
Yeah.
And sometimes when you're 1 and 3, you're struggling a little bit in the season. It's natural to want to move towards like late game insurance, because you're against a team here who, also in the same position, have struggled to close out games. Going for that sort of ideology, it works, right? It won't work against the better teams. It won't work this afternoon, as Sparks almost proved that game, in a situation where if they get a lead or able to do something with it. But I think it's a smart selection of picks for this kind of match.
It definitely is. And Absolved have seen now that it's going to be a Lulu Cog bot lane, or at least that's more than likely what it's going to be. I'm not going to rule out the AP Cogmore mid, because I have seen that, I believe, was in the UKL last week.
Yeah.
Has been getting a little bit of attention recently. So I'm not going to rule that out, but assuming that this is the Lulu Cogmore mid, Absolved have immediately gone for the Gragas. That is a fantastic way at splitting these 2 champions away from each other, creating as much distance to isolate this Cogmore and pick them off right at the start of the fight. Kai'Sa, another champion who can easily capitalize on that. She can dash in with the killer instinct and try and burst him down before he can do a lot in these fights, away from the Lulu.
Yeah, I expect these picks coming out from Resolve towards the end here to be sort of easy engaged setups. As you say, Kai'Sa against the backline, Gragas can always ult them towards or away from you. So they've got a lot of opportunities on the table. They need something that's going to also help actually put damage into that Cogmore, into that Lulu, to prevent them. As we see the Wukong and Volibear bans coming out. In return, Yasuo Gangplank. Yasuo, I think, smart. That's one that can easily get into the back line with the Gragas, so can completely understand that ban. In return, Orianna is already being picked up. That just doubles down on the Cogmore being a big boy.
Oh, definitely.
Whilst also providing a lot of zoning and positioning.
And if you pick up a Cogmore, you're already saying that we want to go late. Subs all say, hey, you know what? We fancy a bit about ourselves. You've got an immobile target who wants to basically stay stationary. Have a Kassadin. See how that works out for you. That is going to be a big problem to deal with. And Absolved are hovering through a few different top laners now. I'm not going to talk about it until we actually see something locked in. It's going to be Renekton. That is a nice blind pick when they don't know what they're particularly going into. It can capitalize on Fresh making a pick, and burst through someone straight away. It can go toe to toe with pretty much anybody in the early game and take these fights to Towie, who is a star player on Core Dynamic. He is a very aggressive top laner. We've seen him style last week on the Wukong, which was, banned away. A lot of Absol's bans went towards this man. But he's going to get a Darius for himself, which is another one of these solo queue mentality top laners. But we've definitely seen Towie make it work. And if there's anybody in the league that I would trust to say, take the Darius, do what you're going to be ignored by your jungler, by your team, but you do you and get us a lead, it would be Towie.
I can understand that. I will say, even though that is the Towie style, I think Darius is a little bit odd. It doesn't really fit into this comp. If you are looking towards a team that's going to try and put a lot of resources into the bot side, into COG, and you're going to be somewhat on the weak side, Darius probably isn't your guy. But nonetheless, as I said, we've seen Timemate's work. It does very well into Renekton as well, going even there. I do like the Renekton pickup. One thing to notice, that little sort of micro thing he has is he's a shield breaker. His abilities can break shields. So, of course, going into a Lulu and Orianna, they look for that sort of one shot together with the casting. So it is an option. However, it's easy to forget that Renekton, he struggles later to even get towards the Cockmore as the game goes on.
Yeah, there's going to be problems actually getting into that backline and getting anywhere near him because you have the Sejuani, the Darius is going to be pulling you around, the Shockwave and the slows from the Orianna. These are all fantastic tools to keep people away from you and keep them engaged elsewhere in the fight. Meanwhile, Quadra can just be raining down shots from afar, buffed up by the Lulu, Meki trying his best to keep him safe, but one thing that Absol really do have going for them, and we're going to highlight it again, that Kassadin, that X Factor pick, when you can already see that your opponent is clearly going for a late game composition, which, let's be honest, there's flex picks and then there's Cogmore. Like, he doesn't do anything before 25 minutes. He is not a champion until he gets to 3-4 items, and then he is a big, big problem. So you say, okay, we can see you going for that. We accept that that's your style. We're going to do the same thing. And you haven't got an easy way to shut down this casting. You haven't got an easy way to get him away from the Cogmore. You just have to hope that the shields from the Orianna and the Lulu are going to be enough.
Exactly. So if they can get to that point, and as you say, in a match where both teams are struggling a little bit, they tend to play a bit more fearful, a little more non-aggressive. That will give the opportunity for Cogmore to scale. So I am interested to see how this Gragas does and this Renekton does early on to the game, whether they can shut Towie out completely or whether they can sort of get the ball rolling. They also want to get the ball rolling on bot side. I think there's a lot of opportunities for Dealer in here to decide where he wants to play towards to get this game going mid, of course, sort of the odd one out there. But yeah, watching him, seeing how he moves about the map and how he can control the game. Absolved, they do have the casting, but you have to feel that they need to get a little bit of a lead early on and to unlock that Renekton and that Kai'Sa very early.
Yeah, and honestly, this is why I really like the Gragas pickup. I love watching this champion. I think he provides so much utility to a team because if you need an engager, you can build him a bit more tanky and you can just cause problems there. If you want burst and still have engage, you can build him full AP and just watch people get deleted by that explosive cask. He is fantastic at just splitting up your opponents and causing them problems. It's something you always have to be aware of. It's something that can come from over a wall, from a bush where you're not expecting him. And if you don't have good tracking on Dealer in, he could cause some real problems for Core Dynamic and really give the bot lane issues in the first 10-15 minutes where they are going to be struggling. And Kai'Sa Fresh is going to be a constant threat by themselves, let alone with jungle intervention.
Yeah, I'll be curious to see how Edu plays this game, whether we see those ults are more aggressive or what I suspect would be rather more defensive ults to help the Cogmore and Lulu reposition and get away, and then how Towie fits into that comp, whether they'll just leave him on the side with that ghost or whether they will actually try and bring him into more of these fights. That's going to be the question. We are just moving into game here shortly. Casting is something we mustn't forget about during this whole time. Like, while we talk about Dealer and Pinata and Nikolai getting ahead and moving about the pressure, the whole time they can just sit back and go, didn't work out. Well, don't worry, we got a casting.
Yeah, but that is one area where Core Dynamic could look to really punish. They could get Edu on the Sejuani into this mid lane early. You know, try 2 or 3 ganks before level 6, force Sebelpal to go really far behind in CS. Orianna already has fantastic zone control in the mid lane. She has fantastic wave clear compared to a Kassadin. And if you do start ramping up the pressure on him early, it could be a real headache for Absolved, and that could start shaking a bit of a mental, thinking, actually, we're not quite getting where we want to be. We are going further behind in this mid lane matchup, and any delayance to this Kassadin that you can get is going to pay out dividends. We are straight into a pause, everybody. Please spam those SQ1 pause league emotes in chat. That is why we made them. It wouldn't be an SQ1 game without a pause on start, would it?
It wouldn't be indeed. Fortunately, it looks like we are okay. Play will resume. So, we are sitting here, Absolved Academy versus Core Dynamic, 1 and 3 in the tables, both sharing that 6th spot, that last playoff spot. So, big game here. Indeed, very curious, we said, to see how Edu will start versus Dida, and watching the jungle, similar to last game, will kind of be, I think, the key start here. And also how Taui will play into his matchup and what he'll try to do, whether he'll join or just sort of stick on the side. As we see a defensive level 1 setup here for the side of Core Dynamic, been doing their research clearly, but in return, Absolved Academy will just go, now we're just going to set up a simple fan.
Yeah, absolutely no reason for Core Dynamic to do anything else. They know that the stronger level 1 is going to be coming through from Absolve. They do have the pick potential there with the Thresh and the Renekton as well. Could easily burst through someone. So just giving as much protection as they possibly can is always a nice option. But we've been talking a little bit about where Edu could go, where the Sejuani will end up. And I must admit, until this last pickup of the Darius, I wasn't overly convinced with this pick, because one of the big tools she brings is the extra CC from chaining her Frost passive stacks with a melee champion. And until the Darius, there wasn't one. It was only the Sejuani that was going to be trying to stack that up, so it would have been very slow. Knowing, however, that it's Taui up in this top lane, and he's going to be going toe-to-toe with a Renekton, I like the Sejuani a lot, because you can easily get up there, stack that Frost up practically instantly with Darius's auto-attack reset, and you can lock Pinata in place and get the damage down to give this Darius the lead. We've seen them play it before. Core Dynamic love playing around Taui through the first 10 minutes, getting him a lead, and then putting out into a side lane to just cause a constant point of pressure on the map that Absolved are going to have to respond to.
Yeah, I'm super excited to see a Darius. It's been a while since I've casted a Darius. A bit of a Marmite champ. You kind of love him or you hate him. Personally, as a fan, love to watch him. So I'd say very good plans there possible with Edu in terms of their engages and whether they try and take up Pinata. Of course, Edu has the option to play around the map. You've got the cast in pre-6, means it's very easy to get some good ganks there. And we're going to have to watch a lot of what Dealerin does. Both these junglers doing very standard clears towards their top side. And now they're both going to probably meet at that top scuttle. So whether they try and do something on top side is the question. Hook does land early there onto Quadra, actually. So that'll be good trade damage. Early exhaust coming down onto Nikolai from Quadra. We didn't really want to trade the health clearly. So a little bit of a summoner win there already from Absolved Academy.
Just dissuading any sort of advancement at all there from Absolve. They do not want to go in. Core Dynamic want to have as much room as possible here. And Taui's doing work.
We see Taui doing work, and as they expect, Dealerin goes, I'm going to gank here, but watch behind him. Edu on the side of Core Dynamic knows this is happening, and they will get the slow. And they actually flash forward at the worst time possible, though, but it's returned for a double flash knock-up. It won't be enough. They'll walk away. They're looking to try and dive down. The Q will follow and flash away. Double kill there for Core Dynamic. Superb play from Edu to read that jungle gank, and that puts immediately the Darius on the front foot.
And this is exactly what we were just talking about. We said that Taui was a real contender on Core Dynamic. They like to give him these solo queue style champions that can bully people out and just kind of play on an island. They pick the Sejuani to support him, give him that bit of early help to get him rolling. And with a kill and assist on both the top laner and the jungler, Absolved Academy are definitely going to feel that one.
Edu read that so well. He saw his friendly Darius pushing and knew that having matched the jungle pathing, Dealerin would see too easy an opportunity. And you see Pinata flash forward just there. It's such a horrible moment without realizing. So really well played from Edu, and the follow-up from Taui as well to take that. That puts him in a great spot in that 1v1 matchup. Meanwhile, on the bot side, we are seeing a little bit of early pressure come out from Nikolai and Harbo, as to be expected. I have no idea how to pronounce it. I'm going to say Harbo for now.
Okay. Yeah, we'll
It's
agree
close
on
enough.
that. Yeah.
Getting lane pressure to be expected. Going into Lulu, Cogwell's going to struggle early. A little bit of CS to go with it as this wave pushes back into them now.
And this is kind of what we're expecting from this bot side. Core Dynamic are going to get pushed in. They're going to be looking to play very defensively. Same thing for Absolved in the mid lane. The Kassadin is going to get bullied around, poked out by Looker a lot. And, he's not doing too badly for himself. He hasn't given away any kills just yet, which is fantastic. He's nearly at that level 6 mark. He isn't too far behind in CS either from what you would, consider a big problem. From a casting into a ranged matchup, he's always going to go behind. He's always going to struggle a little, but only been 2 waves or so down. There's certainly worse things that could happen, and we've been able to tick over to level 6 soon. I am expecting Dealerin to start hanging around this mid lane a little bit, seeing if it can make something work.
Yes, absolutely. With the top side not going to plan, you have to think Dylan has the opportunity, especially once that level 6 comes in. However, Edu, level 4 at the moment, he will try and match with his level 6, make him strong. But you're right. He's done well on this casting so far to stay in this and not give anything too much up. He will fall behind naturally, but with no ganks coming in and there isn't like to do it. We actually see Edu here on the bot side. They're trying to get some damage down. Polymorph will come out onto the Thresh for Harbo. He will walk away, not too hurt as a result. So they spotted the jungler, and that means Dealer and immediately wants to walk onto that top side.
Good awareness, and you can see Gragas is going to take this top scuttle crab for himself, but Edu, with all the pressure in the world in bot lane and mid lane, he's free to go and get this dragon. It is only a Cloud Drake to start with, but it is going to be, a nice little pickup for himself, fairly uncontested. Towie, difficult situation here, but he's level 6. This is what Darius likes.
Hex Flash coming out there from Gragas to start the fight, but a good trade damage down. You see what Darius does with that single kill to his name. Makes us strong. Dealerin decides they cannot take this on. That botched gank means that Drake will instead be picked up for the side of Core Dynamic as Cogwell just sees his back go through there. So a win on the map overall for Core Dynamic, extending that lead. We're already at 1,000 gold at 6.5 minutes.
Edu was looking for it over the wall. You can see how low Sebapol is.
Instead, Dealerin, he decides he wants to take this fight. You see Harbo moving up. This is now a 3v2. They see their chance to fight. They're trying to turn onto Edu. Flay comes out, and the hook will follow. That's a lot of work onto Lucker. Flash forward from Castin wasn't enough as a flash forward from Lucker. Now all of a sudden, the shockwave just goes wide. But Pinata's here. He's going to get the first kill on Edu. They're looking for Meki. That will take another one. Really good work there from Zolver's Academy. That's what happens when Pinata roams down. And a really, really good engagement from Zolver's Academy.
Really good engage, really good rotations, but so unfortunate on the kills there. It was actually the support and jungler, Harbo and Dealerin, picked up those kills, which, a kill is a kill. It's always going to benefit you, but you definitely want to be getting those on for an Renekton or the casting if possible. So unfortunate for Absolved Academy there that those don't go over to the right members. Still, they will get to push out mid lane a little bit. Kassadin will get to reset. He's finally picked up that tier to start stacking up, and he's still playing that longer game. He's only going to take those opportunities when he has the chance, when he has the support. And Looker ends up walking away from that fine.
Yes, he does walk away live, but you do love to see that timed roams together as Harbo walks up. Pinata match on his side. It did come at the cost of CS on the top side. Darius had a little bit of a wave advantage there, and whilst it's only 5 CS, you see the wave pushing Tan now. So Darius will continue that lead there, and even with those 2 assists going over Sebol, actually we see a hook land here. Another early exhaust come down. Quadras will fight, but instead of trying to turn it, they feel more aggressive. A lot of follow-up damage coming down onto Nikolai, but yet again, as soon as that hook lands, exhaust comes out. Meki and Quadra do not want to take these 2v2s.
They are playing so defensively, and so far it is really working out for them. You can see Harbo's looking for it again, but off in the winds is Edu. Slowed down. Harbo might be in trouble here.
A lot of damage coming out, and that forces exhaust, but this means the team's going to come in. Flash away from the barrage means he survives. Now, Sebol is here with the casting, but he is low. He's only got a tier to his name. It was matched because Edo was sitting on the side there the whole time. Again, a really smart parting from Edu to see that happening. A win for Core Dynamic. They get the flash out the Thresh. They get the TP out of Sebol. Win-win for Core Dynamic.
And once again, we see Core Dynamics bot lane coming under pressure, but managing to get out alive. They will walk away from that. They will take it safely. And You know, level 6, level 5, nearly 10 minutes into the game, and so far this Kog'Maw hasn't been touched. That's slightly concerning for Absolved when you're staring down the prospect of a late game Kog'Maw who is just going to shred every single member, and you don't really have the greatest access to get onto him.
Absolutely. At least, at worst, Nikolai and Harbo have done a great job of getting a CS lead. You're looking about 25 there. It's matched actually up on the top side, which is why the gold sits very even. We are seeing Towie really start to push his lead out and want to take that 1v1 where he can. He looks for a roam now, as you see, uses the pressure he can get to get some deep wards in and take a rotation. Meanwhile, Drake, it is still a little bit of a while away, so nothing there to look forward to. There aren't really objectives on the map. Part of the Rift Valley, we haven't seen these teams move towards Rift Valley at all. No lane swaps and no movement on that side, but that makes sense. Kog'Maw just wants to farm up in the bot, and they just want to keep the Kai'Sa there. Edu hovering around the top side yet again as Ty will go farm safely. Quiet overall, very quiet.
And Towie's feeling very happy right now up in this matchup against the Renekton. He's got a kill, he's got the CS advantage. He's not doing too badly. Look at under pressure.
Yeah, we see the roams come in, and it's actually going to be a match. Hook will land. You have to think will blow him up. Barrel went wide, but it doesn't matter. Dash forward from Edu to try and match with some damage on that flail. Now Towie's here. He's popped the ghost. Belly flop away, but it's landed. The ultimate out from Sejuani means that will be trading. Good flash away, though, but the smash down from Towie comes down. Now he's got the reset. He wants more. He's looking for second. Hooks will come down. Won't be enough. There's the second. Looking for a third. The wild growth keeps him alive. He walks away. This one step be another kill. Triple picked up as that bleed takes him down. 3 kills on the side of Towie. It does go a 3-for-3 overall in the end, but Towie comes out laughing.
Oh, and you could feel him wanting that Renekton so bad at the end then. Towie goes under the tower, 1v3 there. He's got Meki backing him up, giving him that extra shield. The wild growth allows him to get those extra kills. And, you know, we were saying that Towie was perfectly happy in this matchup on the top side, beating up the Renekton. Well, he's going to be positively euphoric now. 4-0-1. He's got the Black Cleaver. He's got the Ninja Tabbies. He is ready to take over a side lane and any other lane he walks into for that matter.
Absolutely. That is not what you want to see if you're Absolved Academy. They wanted to unlock this Renekton and allow Pinata to move across the map. That won't be able to happen now. As Core Dynamic feels strong enough, despite having Kog'Maw to start this Dragon here, they got the first one already. This is a Mountains. We're going to see an Ocean Infernal Soul this game, which is very exciting. Pressure was not available for Absolved Academy. They will let this one go as a result. And even though that gold sits close, 2 dragons on the side of Core Dynamic sets them up really well for the Dragon Soul as we go towards a replay.
And Looker is engaged initially onto by casting. Meki and Edu are there, but it's 4 members of Absolved Academy. There's so much CC to lock up Looker right at the start to burst him down. It looks like the fight is good, but the flail comes out. It does tag onto Dealerin. There you get the resets. This is the scary moment. The ghosted Darius. He's taking all the damage under tower. Fresh pulls him further in. Not necessarily where you want this Darius to be, because he's just going to keep on going. Triple kill goes his way, and the Renekton is just left to try and defend the tower. Fantastic play from Towie, but while we're in the replay, we did see the Rift Herald taken by Dealerin. We did see the tower go down in top. He's going to have a little bit of a skirmish in the jungle there with Edu, but walk away mainly. So Absolved do still have a little bit of a gold lead for themselves. They did pick up the first tower, but overall it does feel like Core Dynamic are the ones more in control of this game.
Yeah, it was smart moves there. Harbo decided that, you know what, even though the Kog'Maw is not getting far ahead, we'll let him get a little bit back into it and we'll trade that onto top side to try and help Pinata out. Moves up, they take the Rift Herald together, they use that, they translate that into first turrets. So that's going to help them a lot with Pinata and Steelerin to get back into this game. So smart play there. It does mean, as we said, that Quadra catch up, but instead they're going to try and do an engagement. Polymorph lands, Glacial Prison will follow. Really nice engage there. Quadra will pick that up. That's not what you want to see if you're Absolved. A kill going on to the Kog'Maw. Thank you very much.
No way out of that one. Caught with your trousers down alone in the bot lane. The bushwhack will always catch people out once if you can pull it off. And Core Dynamic, like you say, a nice pickup onto the Kog'Maw. Seraphol is trying to just clear out the tower, not take too much pressure. He's still, he's still a Kassadin pre-level 11, pre an item, pre 2 items even. So he can't really do a whole lot to Looker right now, but you can see once again, Renekton is roaming down. Pinata has left this lane for the third time this game, hovering around mid lane looking for a pick, but Looker, he sniffs out the rat and he will back away.
Yeah, we've been focusing on this top and bot side a lot because that's where the fighting's been. But one thing you can't let go under the radar is Locke and his CSing. The casting may have picked up 4 assists, but Locke actually sitting almost actually on perfect farm right now. So fair play there. 150 CS already in this game. That means he's going to translate into Ludens and Boots already. Rod of Age is picked up in return on Sabal. He will start building that up, going for the sort of double mana items to be expected on him. So Rod building, he's got tier building as well. That's going to let him start pushing up. Meanwhile, Ginsu's Blade picked up for Kog'Maw. That's his first item. He's looking towards that sort of big peak of 3 items. That will get him rocking. This game's really exciting. It feels like it's already going either way.
Yeah, it's both teams have that aspect of scaling.
As you see a full engage come down to Quadra, Wild Growth will try and keep him alive, but Exhaust will follow up to Kog'Maw, traded back, not onto the one you want though, you don't want the Thresh exhausted. Now Nikolai, he feels he can take this fight. Wild Growth lasted just long enough though, Nikolai can kill. Arcane Barrage follows to take him down. Flash for flash traded as Harbo decides he's going to take him and kill himself, but he will die. So double kill with the passive means that that's a 3-1 Kog'Maw now. Meanwhile, on the top side, the fighting hasn't ended. They've managed to shut down Tauri, and now they're trying to take Lukka with him. This is going to be, in fact, a double kill on the top side. 1 each for Dealer and Pinata. Just as we see Kog'Maw pick up 2, we also see Absolved Academy pick up 2 on the top side.
So although that's 2 for 2 across the map to each team, you definitely feel better if you're core dynamic in that situation. Getting the 2 more kills onto the Kog'Maw is always going to be nice. So we're going to see this replay on the top side. Taui is here once again, feeling comfortable despite not having the tower. Pinata goes forward, has completed the Blade of the Ruin King. Dealerin is there, and they managed to lock him up for long enough in the CC to knock him down. Looker tries to TP in to help out, but he knows that he has overstepped his mark. Dealerin comes back down. Pinata picks up a kill onto this Orianna, clean as rain. Another fight in mid though.
So the fighting doesn't stop here. Hook did land there onto Quadra. That will mean he goes down. A nice little pickup kill there. So that will help Absolved Academy get a little bit more pressure on the map. Dragon spawns in 20 seconds, so that will allow them to build up vision where they need it. Taui is here, however, and we know what he can do despite his death going down. Has picked up that Bramble Vest, so any healing will be reduced for the side of Absolved Academy. Really, really nice game. Really big fight so far. Loving this kind of slightly chaos mentality. But in between all of that, we did see, as we said, 2 Drakes in the core dynamic. This will now, you think, be a Drake return from Absolved Academy to slow down that soul build. Especially with an ocean on the map. That is something that is very scary for either team.
It definitely is. Oh, Taui gets the grab.
Yeah, a lot of damage landing there on Sebel, but the Habs don't want this fight. Now it's knocked in with the power, but 3-man shockwave from Lukka. He's turned up. Doesn't do as much damage as like, but it's enough for Tauri to start his resets. He's got 1. Now Kaisen the other side. Nikolai, he wants to take the fight. He will dash into the back line, trying to pick up the kill. Lukka is not enough. Pull in by the Darius. That's a kill for Kog'Maw. The barrel on the way out wasn't enough to take down Lukka. Really beautiful start of a fight for Lukka. And just as I said, Absolved Academy have control for this fight and take the Drake. I am wrong. Caster's Curse hits me. That is 3 dragons now sitting on the side of Core Dynamic on an Ocean Soul.
They are only 1 Drake away from picking up that soul. It's going to be so important for them if they can get it. And it forces Absolved into these fights now around the next Drake. They can't allow to let it go for free. And that gives Core Dynamic a beautiful chance to set up, knowing that Absolved are going to have to come to them. They're going to get the setup on the fight. They're going to be able to take it when they need it. Because Absolved just simply can't let that objective go.
Absolutely, and that is really, really scary if you Absolved Academy. Now that Kog'Maw, who you were meant to shut down and slow down early on in the game, has 4 kills to the name. Well, if you can't shut down the top, you shut down the bot side. Well, they failed there as well. That's a 5-1 Darius. So, all in all, looking very, very tough for Absolved Academy right now, especially in these fights already. 1.5 items for Kog'Maw, already looking for that 2 to 3 item peak. Arden picked up by Meki. That's going to make him even stronger. It's already looking quite scary if you're Absolved Academy.
It definitely is, and it's not often we get a game of League of Legends in recent meta for quite a while where we are talking quite so much about the top lane. Normally it's the jungle mid synergy. Normally it's the bot lane that's going to come up and carry, but Taui is making this game all about him through the first 20 minutes. He has been a outstanding performance, and just the amount of pressure and danger that he exerts on Absolved by just turning it up, by just walking into a lane saying, yep, I'm here, walking to the river and showing face. It forces Absolved to walk away, because right now, this 5-1 Darius, he's level 12. If he does get those Noxian Guillotine fully stacked up and he does get the resets, he will melt through every single member of Absolved, and he will do it gladly.
Yeah, the question in my eyes is going to be, is Darius going to play more of a split, try and force the one-on-one Renekton top only and stop them leaving? Or will he join the team? Well, when you're 5-1, I think you kind of get to decide what you want to do. And so far, Taui has gone, I'm just going to keep joining the team. I'm that strong. Especially with the Lulu to speed him up and engage possible out of Edu on the Sejuani. I mean, he can kind of do what he wants in these fights without being forced. So very, very scary times if you're Absolved Academy. However, one thing to notice that despite those kills, it is a 1k gold lead sitting on the side of Absolved Academy, mainly coming through that top tower and those plates. Nothing's been taken away apart from the single tower thus far. So a little bit of a gold statistic there that's helping them out. Rift Herald was taken away as well. So both Rift Heralds picked up on the side of Absolved Academy. They at least traded some of those 2 Drakes. That's sitting on Pinata now. So you have to feel if Taui ever walks away, that he can just pop that and force that second tier turret. So a little bit of strength, but now we are going to see Core Dynamic try and set up a little bit of vision in the meantime on this topside river.
Pinata might be... I thought he was going to be caught out a little bit there, but Core Dynamic return to the mid lane instead. They don't want to let that push into the mid tower for free. And like you were saying, Grant, the Rift Herald was picked up, so Pinata has pathed down here with it, looking to see if there's a chance to pop it in mid, but with the Kog'Maw Lulu, they realise they have no chance at being able to push that in. He's going to be forced back to top where Taui has been pushing there. Lukka and Tibalt are just duking it out in this bot lane still. Makassadin is still here. He's still just slowly scaling up and picking up these items. We've been so focused on the Kog'Maw and Darius, it's easy to forget that Absolved Academy do still have these tools. They do still have a really good team fight, and they have insane pick potential if they can find the right avenues of attack.
Absolutely. I do just want to point out again, I know I've said it already, but look at the CS on that mid lane on Lukka, doing a fantastic job there, pick up as many ways as he can, sending a, again, perfect farm. So good on him. A huge CS leader on mid means that those 4 assists on the side of Kog'Maw on Kassadin don't quite matter as much. So Lukka, he has the ability to land some big shockwaves. We saw a 3-man shockwave earlier on, so how Sabal dodges that, obviously a lot easier for him to miss out on those with his little teleport dash each time will be the question in these fights. How they lock Sabal down will be the game for Core Dynamic. A very, very close, edgy game so far. You have to think that Core Dynamic probably are a little bit more advanced, despite being slightly down in gold, just because of the nature of their comp and because the gold is sitting on the Kog'Maw and on Taui with the Darius. So they're in a good spot. Meanwhile, we will actually see Rift Herald pop top already. As I said, as soon as Taui walks out of lane, Pinata decides that's my moment to take some more gold. We'll try and actually go onto Lucky. He's going to pop the ult. He wants to take the 1v1. Lucky has walked a bit too far forward. Flash for flash traded, but Lucky has enough speed following that flash. Now, all of a sudden, a fight breaks on the bot side. Taui, he's gone. They're trying to throw everything to blow him up. He goes down. Now, all of a sudden, it's a bad spot for Core Dynamic, but they have everyone in the pit. Perhaps they want to take this fight. Kog'Maw free hitting. Wild Growth is already out. That kept Edu alive together with Glacial Prison, so they know that this can't be the moment for Kog'Maw to carry. They need to take the straight for Absolved Academy. They don't want to take it away, though. They don't want to give it up. That's double TP coming out. Hook goes wide, landed too early. Edu gets the stun onto Sabal, but it's not enough. Now Sabal goes to backline. Lukka, he's already down. There's no shockwave coming out. Nikolai will follow with a kill onto Edu. They'll follow up onto the Kog'Maw. A split fight meant that Absolved Academy played that so well. Flash to follow away from the Kog'Maw passive. Beautiful 3-for-0 and a prevention of the Ocean Soul from Absolved Academy.
And they also got the top tower and the inhibitor as well. Absolved Academy in a position where we thought they were going to struggle. We were pegging them as being in a difficult situation where this final Drake came up. They get everything they want and more. They win the team fight without losing a man. They take 2 towers, an inhibitor, the Drake. They're going to move on to the Baron as well. Core Dynamic know that this is up. They know that it's happening. But with only Taui and Meki alive, no Blast Cone to get into the pit, are they going to be able to do anything about it? They've got vision. They know how low it is.
Yeah, it looks very difficult for them to get into pit. Hook will actually land onto Taui. That means he'll walk away. Baron picked up, and just as I'm praising Core Dynamic, the comment of the caster curse happens again. 2 towers, an inhibitor, and a Drake sitting there for the side of Absolved Academy. Their lead has grown from 1k to 6.
And we're going to see a replay here now. Dylan started off that fight in the brush hidden. He pops Towie into the back of a pit, and this is what I was talking about in draft. Tools to isolate members are what the Gragas specializes at. Yes, we were hoping it would be for the Kog'Maw, but when you've got a Darius that fed as well, it is also not a bad idea. Core Dynamic tried to disengage him. This gives Absolved time to react. You can see that Orianna is TPing in here, and this is where the fight really breaks out. Sabal moves forward, but Renekton TPs in as well. Kassadin does what a Kassadin does. He jumps onto the backline. He manages to pop the Kassadin, the Kog'Maw, and then the Drake is versed. Nikolai does have to use a flash to get away from the Kog'Maw passive. Nice little pick up there from Quadra, I suppose, to be able to force that out at the end. But ultimately, we see a big swing go over to Absolved Academy, and a fight which we really thought was going to be Core Dynamic favoured doesn't go their way.
Yeah, we are seeing an engaged mid actually instead. Ultimate popped out from Renek to keep him alive. Nikolai has to dash away. He's suddenly loading spec. Quadra's now come into the fight, but it's returning to Sabal. He's trying to pick up him. Now Kog'Maw's down. That's a big part of their damage rate down. Darius is not here. They have no damage, and that means that 1, 2, 3 are popped for the side of Resolved Academy. Towie has turned up to try and help Locker, but they are blowing him up. Hook goes wide, in fact, as he grabs. So they are turning around. Now Towie, he wants to try and pop off. He's got one. He will flash forward. He's going to take down Dealer, and with him, you have to expect Barrel will go wide. Luck will, in fact, get the shot down. That's going to help in the game. Meanwhile, do look on that top side. Super minions are pushing into the base. It was a 3 for 3 in the end. Sabal, he's trying to make it a 3-4. He wants it to be a win for Absolved. He is going to get it. Beautifully done. Suspects that that's where Lucker's backing and matched it up. 3 for 4 in the end for the side of Absolved Academy. They win that fight, and Super Minions are pushing the base at the same time. It's looking all in their favor right now.
But they did lose a lot in that fight as well. They had to use a lot of resources there, a lot of ultimates, quite a few flashes came out, and it by no means looked clean. Towie was untouched in that fight. He managed to just ramrod his way through and force the members of Absolved Academy to go around him. They just had to completely disengage and ignore this Darius, which is a big problem. If you don't have an answer to him, if you can't get that engage that we saw in the previous fight around the Drake to split him off and burst him down quickly, he is going to be a problem. And it does knock the Baron buff off a few members of Absolved. It kind of stifles their push, and it prevents them from getting too much else with this powerful buff that they earned a few minutes ago.
Yes, and what this all means, of course, that's a 7k gold lead now sitting side for Absolved Academy. They've very much blown this game wide open. So in their control, you see now how Core Dynamic are being pushed back into their own base, into their own towers. Baron not up and was worn off. This is an Ocean Soul, again, opportunity for the side of Core Dynamic. They wanted to fight the last one, despite being 4-5. Towie looking a little bit in danger here, but actually the Hex Flash will follow. They will look to use the ultimate from Gragas, but instead, Piata decides he doesn't want this fight as Deep Rooted goes forward again. So a little bit of just damage to trade there with the ultimate. Big ultimate down that will be there later on. But yes, as I was saying, Ocean Soul is available. Something Core Dynamic fought last time, despite being 4-5. You have to expect them to want to fight it again, despite being behind in this game, despite being down, because it is such a big opportunity for them to get back into this game, whether they choose now or later on. Tower taken down. That's all 3 tier 2s now down with an inhibitor tower and inhibitor down also well on the top side as Nikolai has about immediately moving to this mid side. A lot of chip damage coming out to that tower. They played that wave really well there as a walk away. Edu trying to force engage, but instead Absolved Academy will walk away. And we are 10 seconds away from the next Drake, and there's going to be a fight.
10 seconds away from Drake, and we've also hit that Casa win breakpoint. Level 16, he has the Rod of Ages stacked up, he has the Archangel Staff stacked up. He has now reached his potential to one-shot this backline. You can see he's looking for it, trying to find the flank where he can get onto the Kog'Maw. Core Dynamic are being baited into this river now. You really feel like Absolved are setting up the perfect ambush. They're looking for the pick. Sabal, he's going to decide, you know what? I have the mobility, I can disengage.
And that means it's immediate time for Core Dynamic turn and go, wait, we see him walk away. We're going to try and force engage. Thresh, he's flashing into the middle of them. That's the shockwave to kill him, though. He's now down. Look at Sabal on the far side, trying to get the Kog'Maw, who's been wild growth. He's auto-ulting, but he's down. The exhaust stopped a lot of his damage coming out. All of a sudden, it's a massive win for Absolved. Well, actually, no. Absolved Academy are losing this. Core Dynamic is turning it around. Towie doing all the damage. Can the Kassadin instead turn around? I thought it was looking so good for Absolved Academy, but instead, Core Dynamic pick up the full ace, and this will be an Ocean Soul and puts them right right back in the game.
I don't know if they knew it. I don't know if they had the vision, but right as we see Sebulb start to move away on the Kassadin, Core Dynamic go in. That is the moment that they choose to strike, and it was the worst possible time for Absolved. They were trying to bait them away. They were trying to just disengage and buy time for this Kassadin to go and push in this bot lane, try and gain some more pressure, but he'd moved too far away to be effective in the fight. It was a 5 versus 4. Dealerin whiffed his ult as well to try and start the fight off. Core Dynamic rout them, and by the time Sebulb can join the fight, it is far too late. The Ocean Soul goes the way of Core Dynamic. They win the fight convincingly, and while their base may be broken, the inhibitor has just respawned, and the Baron is now on the map to take.
Yes, and all eyes there were on Cogmore in that fight, but as was my own as I called that, but it didn't matter because you got the damage I needed, and instead it follows up with damage from Lucca on the Orianna, and also the Carius Darius doing work. Look at the shockwave landing there. And as we see Cogmore go down, instead the tower's now training Towie heal after heal after heal, doing his job. And that Ocean Soul is now a really, really big deal for them. All of a sudden, it's a lot harder for Sebulb to blow people up. We do see Baron started here now for the side of Core Dynamic. They want to try and force this. It will take away, but now instead of the fight, Shockwave will go wide, only landing onto one. Immediately, Meki's down. There's no wild growth. Massive 3-man belly hit from Gragas, gets him down. Towie's now trying to stay alive. He actually takes down 2 of them. He's not yet down. He gets the heal onto 3rd. Look on the other side, though. Kaiser is dead. Towie will make it 4. This is all about the Darius Quadra. Could this be the Darius Penta? Blast Cone is there trying to save him. It will save him away. He's going to try and back, and instead Towie goes, I don't want this. No, he wants the Penta. He has Ghost. He didn't quite see how about that. I thought it was the Penta, but great work from Darius. It looks so good again for Absolved Academy, but you cannot ignore Towie on his high tower.
11, 12, and 6. The ultimate solo queue performance. Towie says, team comp be damned, team fighting style be damned. I'm a pick Darius, I'm a get my ults reset, and I am going to win you these fights. Quadra kill in the Baron pit, nearly got the Penta. They stop the Baron, sorry, they managed to take the Baron. They will take the first tower of the game at 31.5 minutes in. But it is looking real difficult now for Absolved Academy to try and take Core Dynamic down, because who do you prioritize? Do you prioritize Quadra and his Cogmore, who if you let him live is going to chunk through you all? Or do you try and burst out Towie, who's going to absolutely decimate you if he gets his 5 stacks off? It is a really difficult choice right now, and Absolved Academy don't seem like they can take both targets on at once.
Yes, you have 2 targets online. It's very rare for me to cast a team that hadn't taken a single turret in the game yet already sit on an Ocean Soul. So, interesting. I'm struggling to think well played there, but nonetheless, a really good position. And now you see what that Darius do. He can just run and run and run. He actually wants Nikolai. He doesn't want to give this up. The Lulu and Orianna speed means he will run at them. And you have a lot of things, even with a 3-man belly flop there, you saw in that last fight from Dealer, and it wasn't enough to change around the fight when you have 2 targets, say both a Cogmore and a Darius fighting. So this game's turned on its head, and Absolved Academy, despite being 2,000 gold up, feel a lot under pressure with Baron against them. You see Pinata actually on the far side. He wants to take his inhibitor. I suspect you'll now see Core Dynamic back and turns around. They don't want to take the fight knowing they're losing inhibitor. They do have Baron and Powered Recalls. Instead, it looks like they're just going to try and collapse on Pinata.
And this is a smart move from Pinata. He recognizes they are in a bad situation of trying to make the best of it, but Towie is fast. He's getting those speed boosts. Blade of Ruin King will steal a little bit of that movement speed. Pinata's trying to make it away.
He's dead. I mean, we can talk about... I say that. Actually, I lie. He's trying to get away. The slow will come out with Lulu. I thought he's dead. It does look like he's dead. GA will pop out now. That will be a follow-up. So, Inhibitor for alive. Not the worst training find. Unfortunately, fails the dash over the wall, which probably would have helped.
Oh, he was so close. So nearly got away.
It was close. But a death for Inhibitor, not the worst trade in the world at all, especially when Absolved Academy, despite a 2k goalie, probably feel like they're playing from behind right now. That will give them some pressure back on the map.
And it's not just an inhibitor that Absolved Academy gained there. They pulled Core Dynamic away from the base. They were facing down a 4 versus 5 siege with a Cogmore and a Darius that could just run under tower at any point and start dunking people. They were in a dire situation. So although Pinata went down for it, using his pressure to force the inhibitor and force Core Dynamic to disengage is a real big win for Absolved Academy, and it is a real big brain play that I'm happy to see this team trying and making work.
Absolutely. Well played to them for at least to pick that up. Now, if we look at where the game stays, as we said, Absolved Academy 2k up, but probably feeling behind in terms of pressure, and where the gold currently sits in terms of the champions of Core Dynamic. A lot of vision is out defensively from Core Dynamic. They managed to get a little bit of deeper vision onto that blue side jungle of Absolved Academy, but with the map state as it is, that won't mean too much. So they've moved into defensive vision. Elder Dragon spawning now. 40 minutes, that could be a win condition for Absolved Academy to get back into these fights. Imagine if you're not scared of a casting enough, imagine one that has an Elder Dragon attached. Vision will sit on the side of Absolved Academy to start, though, and it will force Core Dynamic into darkness.
You're talking about a Kassadin that has an Elder Dragon attached. What about a Darius with a Noxian Guillotine resetting that has an Elder Dragon attached? Just like, oh, that's a nice full health bar you have. Bonk, bonk, bonk down the line, cutting every single member with that execute damage. And this could very well be the game. You can see they're trying to set up for the flank again. The Gragas has been found.
Look at the base, though. They're trying to keep this going. They don't want to start it. Who is going to force on who here? As Sabal will win that 1 versus 1 Lucker. Both of them hold TP, though. So they have opportunity to get into fight here if they feel the need. Elder will now feel forced onto Core Dynamic. They feel that because they see him, they have to start this up. This will be a very, very close and balanced fight. Engage will immediately come out there. They're trying to blow up the Gragas. He's pulled in. Wild Growth came out. Wasn't enough. Now Cogmore is hitting from the back line, however. He's still alive. He's going forward. Shockwave doesn't hit enough. However, it won't matter. Harbo's caught out. That is a 3-0. Instead, now they're taking down Elder. Sabal, he's decided that it doesn't matter. He's going to try and go for the back door. They can't stick around. He has no wave to follow, though. He's taken one turret. He's just trying to force the backs instead. It won't be enough. Meanwhile, Nikolai's still trying to land what he can in terms of damage. This Elder's not yet taken. Trying to steal it, you expect, with a W. Won't matter. Elder picked up. That is an Elder on Cogmore and an Elder on Tower, as you say. They're trying to chase Shabal down. Doubt they will catch him with this. He's actually quite low on mana, though. Flash forward, though. That means he gets the slow. Look at the Elder Burn come forward. Probably uses, looks like his last dash. May have one more in the bank. There we go, with enough mana. They still want him if they catch him. Look at the rest of Core Dynamic. Move up. The grab misses, but it may not matter. Baron has been started by Core Dynamic, though, instead. Sabal, he's gone under tower. That may mean his death instead. He's got a second one. Stopwatch into Zon. He's just trying to buy time. Shut down onto Towie. Baron was started at the same time, so Baron and Elder likely to be picked up for Core Dynamic here. Just as we said that it was looking a little bit close to spicing on Core Dynamic's side. Instead, they're going to TP into the base. I thought it was over. They're looking to end, but Baron recalls me. They're back here close enough. You have to think, okay, it's not happened. Instead, Pinata has probably just sacrificed his life. Lucker has the shockwave. Will pull him in. Desperate attempts from Absolved Academy twice in a row leads to nothing.
It really was a desperation play, and unfortunately for Absolved Academy, they are not Sparks. They will not get the TP backdoor in the fourth quarter. They are instead going to be facing down a 5-man push from Core Dynamic. They have the Elder Drake, they have the Baron, and Absolved don't have a top laner. They don't currently have their mid laner. They're soon not going to have their tower. And despite having only knocked down towers in the mid lane, it doesn't really matter if that's what gets you to the Nexus. Core Dynamic are going for the end.
They're actually trying to flash onto Gragas. He will go into Zhonya's to walk away, though. Meanwhile, Nikolai's had to ult away with the Kai stay alive. Look at that Cogmore damage, though. Ping, ping, ping into the Elder. That's Harbo going down. Dealerun was also taken down on the same side. You have to think that with those 2 kills, that'll be the game. Sabal, he's trying to look to save the game, but those are Baron minions. They will flash forward. Beautiful shockwave with the Elder will take down Kai'Sa. It will follow on with Sabal. That will be game, section, match. Core Dynamic take sole position of 6th place.
And we said that our games today, Grant, were tied up. Both of our matches have been between teams that have been even on standings, but no more. Core Dynamic will move above Absolved Academy, putting them into sole position in 6th place, like you say. And Honestly, they did it really well. It was a close game up until a point. The gold swung several times back and forth, but ultimately, Towie and the Cogmore were all that it was about. They had all the damage in the world, and once again, making his name known. Towie is a top laner within SQ1. He likes to play the carry champions. He likes to play these juggernauts, these bruisers, and he will make you remember it.
Absolutely. As you say, that now means that Core Dynamic move up the table. They may not have had a tower to the name, but they had an Ocean Soul, and that's all they needed. We're probably going to look towards MVP here. Now, before you say the name that I know you're going to say, Sarge, I want to give a shout out. I want to give a shout out to Lucker. Both for his unbelievable CS farming and also some really nice shockwaves during a lot of those fights. There was a lot of 2 to 3 man shockwaves, or at least catching the person he's caught. So fair play to him. However, I will let you crown what is the obvious MVP of this game.
So before we go to the obvious MVP, I also want to do a shout out because you know I am a color caster. I like to actually look at the stats and the overall state of the game. And honestly, Edu had a fantastic performance. Being in the right place at the right time, fantastic reads across dealer in all throughout the game, setting up the MVP for victory. Of course, it's going to be Towie. How could it not be? The man was an absolute monster, a madman. He had so many bans thrown at him. His champion pool was really limited, and he said, "It does not matter. I'm going to get my Darius. I'm going to play solo queue, and that's how we're going to win." Towie is going to be the MVP, and yeah, I think very, very well deserved, but fantastic performance from Core Dynamic across the board. Edu, really good performance. Looker, like you said, a man to watch. Quadra and Meki, again, you overlook the Lulu 1, 3, and 26, such a big part of this team's winning performance. Unfortunately, you had a 13-2-12 Darius on the team. It's hard to shine
You can't
brighter
ignore it.
than
You
Towie
can't
time.
ignore it.
You can't. And it's Towie's going to be the MVP.
Absolutely. And I think well deserved there. So, as I said, Lulu tends to have been the MVP as a champion of today so far, I think. But indeed, Towie very, very much deserving that. We're shortly going to be going across to an interview with that MVP man himself. So we will set that up. In the meantime, as I said, Core Dynamic, they move up the standings, now taking that playoff position. And as we move almost halfway through the season, that gives them a little bit standing 2 and 4 to move up the table. So very, very excited to see how they do for the rest of the split.
It certainly is. And like you say, we're going to be going to an interview with Tower. It's going to be Viperoon bringing you that interview, I believe. And after that, you're going to be joined by Counterfeit and Masked Swan. They'll be taking you through Core Dynamic versus Black Lion and closing out the day with Absolved Academy versus Sparks. Lots of action still to come from our third week of SQ1. And we're going to be throwing it over to hear what Towie's thoughts are on his MVP performance.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Square One interview. I'm Will Viper from Whittingham, subbing in for Milky because he's got things to be doing. But I'm joined by Core Dynamics Towie. Towie, massive congratulations. How does it feel to win a match in such a close and insane game at times?
I mean, it was way closer than I thought it would be. I thought we would just smash them down to pavement, but I don't know. Like, it was way closer than I thought, actually. But it felt really good to win this game.
Yeah, it was definitely a close one, and there were definitely fights where, but either team could have won it. I'm thinking especially of the one in Baron Pit concerning you, where your whole team was kind of melting around you, but you were just standing in the middle of the enemy team and just surviving. When you got that quadra in that fight, what were comms like? Because it looked like you might go for the penta against Fresh, but you decided to recall instead. What was your thoughts, and what were your team telling you to do?
I was like, oh, is he donating it? Come to me. No, but I was like, oh, do I go for this? No, I don't. And then I decided to just go with, because we got the Baron, so I just pushed out the way we got the tower and then reset.
Definitely the smart play.
Yeah, I'm prepared for next things, you know.
Yeah, and the shot calling from Core Dynamics seemed to be really, really strong this game, especially where team fights seem to be much more controlled and measured than potentially we saw last split from the team. And I want to talk to you a bit about Core Dynamic as a whole this split, because last season was a little bit disappointing, but this time you've come in as a roster and there's definitely much more optimism around the team, and you've definitely turned up and upset a few people in terms of predictions and stuff. So what do you think's been the key to your success as a team this split?
I don't think we have like a specific key. I think we just like better individual players than we were last split, and I think we played more together, and we have like gotten better. So just the overall synergy in the team has grown, you know.
Yeah, if you're playing together a little bit more understanding, and definitely come in to play square one this split, and you're looking very strong as a team. Looking forward, obviously, you have just won that game against the Absolved. You're up against Black Line very soon, next match, in fact. What are your predictions for that game? And can you give us anybody who's watching a sneak peek of what you guys are thinking in terms of composition or any champions in that game?
Can't go much into detail, but you know, you'll see what you'll see, and I'll make you enjoy top lane pick for sure.
Oh, I'm going to enjoy it greatly if it's anything like last game. Taui, I'll let you get back to your team so you can prepare for that next game. We're going to jump to a short break, ladies and gentlemen. But when we come back, we'll be seeing if Core Dynamics can take that momentum forward and take down the undefeated Black Lion.
No, pivoting at the last second and going for the Ezreal. So, I mean, if we were talking about carries from the previous games, as much as Quadra stepped into the Rift, for Yuya, we've also got to see what they're capable of when given the chance. The Ezreal was ludicrous in their previous game, but Quadra's going to step up once again. It's carry versus carry. Kog'Maw against Ezreal.
Yeah, and we see the Karma pickup with the Kog'Maw. Definitely not as strong as the Lulu, but the Lulu got banned, so it's a decent enchanter support. Doesn't give that same attack speed or on-hit damage as Lulu does, but it's definitely a better early game support to get Kog'Maw out of that horrible laning phase.
So we get to see Blackpink's choice picked up, and it will be the little kitty cat down the bottom lane. We did hear before from the Black Lions that Blackpink is the shot caller team, basically puppeting the Black Lion team around, just telling them everything they need to do. And it makes sense for Yuumi to be the choice for your shot caller.
Yeah, definitely. And even though this is 10.13, where Yuumi got hit quite heavily, especially on the E, but I think it still makes sense to pick it with Ezreal. The champion is still really strong when you pair it up with the Ezreal pick. And we see Black Lion lock in Kayn this early in the draft. I'm checking, and it is not a placeholder.
Oh no! I mean, Cyrox has performed extremely well on the Kayn before. They've Black Lions have been sort of tossing the carry ball around the squad, I guess, much as Core Dynamic have been. Oh my gosh, Towie, the Darius wasn't banned this time. It's going to be a blind Kled. Oh boy, what a statement of intent from Core Dynamic.
Yeah, I think he is a Kled main, if I understand correctly. Like, he has a lot of games on Kled in solo queue, and I guess he's comfortable enough going into the game and blind picking it, since it wasn't banned on the first rotation. And as they go into the second rotation of bans, they're just going to take away champions that might be problematic for his Kled blind pick.
I mean, we haven't seen Feng there on a non-tanky support outside maybe Set. So I kind of like this from Core Dynamic. They know that one of their strongest points is Towie up in the top lane. They're going to do their best to make sure that's a crushingly good top lane for them. As there we go. There's the other pick for Feng there stripped away.
Yeah, Set taken away. I think Set is a decent matchup for Kled, but I mean, Towie probably knows the matchups better, so I'll trust his ban in here.
The last couple of bans for Black Lion, LeBlanc and the Orianna, very heavily focused towards Lucca, who supported last time on the Orianna and carried before on the LeBlanc.
Yeah, just two stable blind picks out of the way. I think right now they just take a jungler, they take the Trundle, just safe pick. Doesn't get bullied that much by the Kayn. And they leave the mid lane for the last pick, so they can actually get something worthwhile for Lucca.
Eduk stepping in for Varte this week, who had previously been criticized for kind of playing a little bit too aggressively and getting caught out again and again. Hasn't been so much the case for Edu so far, so we'll look to see what the Lions use to complete their lineup. As you said, jungler coming in, or at least I presume it's a jungler, the Gragas at least, and last pick for the Lions.
Yeah, I think that's a Gragas top lane.
Of course.
Yeah, that's the Kayn picked up already, and we are gonna see an Azir pickup maybe for the last pick. Quite heavy AP on the side of Black Lion this time. They don't have that much of a front line either, unless the Kayn goes just red Kayn, super tanky. But a really mobile team, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen that work very well on Core Dynamic to try and get to their individual members before they come together as a squad. For Lucca, that last pick coming in, it's not going to be a supportive pick to enable Quadra. Instead, a carry opportunity for Core Dynamic in top, mid, and bottom lane this time round.
Yeah, the classic Azir Corki matchup. You see the enemy takes Azir, you have no confidence in yourself, and you're just like, nah, I'll just lose the early laning phase, and I'll scale up to be a pretty decent ADs in the late game. Just a bit of a boring playstyle, to be honest. And there are definitely a lot better so many better counter picks for Azir, but this is what we got this time.
Okay, so with the full lineups completed, Black Lion undefeated, Core Dynamic. We had a chance to talk to Towie before. Presented Core Dynamic as a up-and-coming team here who they think can beat the very top teams. Based on what we've gotten out of this draft, What are you kind of feeling like the odds of Core Dynamic managing to steal the Black Lions' undefeated thunder is right now?
I think their comp is really good. It's a stable comp. They have champions that go late game. They have other champions that can like kind of carry them through the early game with the Trundle, with the Karma pick. But also they are against Black Lion. Like Black Lion's comp is it's not bad either. It's not the best in my opinion. The Kane is a bit of a question mark. We have seen Cyrox pop off on the champion before, but it's always a bit of a question mark. Also, Gragas top lane, I haven't seen it that much, and I think the last time I saw it, he went like full AP with Mejai's Soul Stealer, and that didn't work out that well. So I'm a bit scared of the Black Lions comp. Like, how are they gonna do? But in paper, they still have Ezreal with the Yumi. They have Azir. They have some frontline. Like, they should do fine.
Because I'm kind of curious as well. We did see Edo picking up that Trundle in this game, not something we've seen a huge amount of before. And as you mentioned, Black Lions, they've got a little bit of scattered tankiness perhaps on the team, but no obvious hyper tanks to steal those stats away with a Trundle ult.
Yeah, I think the champion is just a stable fighter in the early game. Like, you can just pretty much fight anything, especially when your opponent goes Kane. You can just go and like club him down with your Ice Pillar and just steal his AD. He cannot fight back and just push him out of his own jungle. So I think that's an overall just a decent early game pick. Doesn't scale that well when you cannot steal those tanky stats away, but it's just to get them to the early, to the mid game, to the late game, where these two ADC picks can actually start doing some incredible damage.
So, Amanda, I want to pitch to you here that this is something we've not seen from Core Dynamic before. That they've had Tauri obviously as the carry up on the top side, but then they've chosen one other beneficiary of the carry pants, be that Lucker in the mid lane or Quadra down in the bottom. To the best of my knowledge, this is going to be the first time we see Core Dynamic try and pull off carries in every single lane. We've only got Karma to provide the shields this time round. I mean, how risky is that to try and pull off so many different successes in so many different places?
I think it's if you don't have that much experience with it, it's a risk. But also, I think they got like decently good matchups. Like the bot lane matchups, usually Kog'Maw can be a really risky pick, but now they're against Ezreal Yumi. Like they don't have that much of an early game aggression that they can take down the Kog'Maw, shut him down. Also, the Kane, known for his he wants to farm his form. He's not really that good of a ganker. His ganking bats are a bit different from other junglers, but they don't really have that much of a setup CC for him, other than in the top lane. But also top lane, you have Kled against the Gragas, and if I understand that matchup correctly, Kled can just go and smack that Gragas down. So they have carries on all positions or all lanes, but also the matchups they have are really good for them.
Yeah, previously we've seen, as was noted in the previous Core Dynamic game, that the jungler would tend to visit Tauri in the early game to start to get that snowball rolling, as we've seen in so many games before. Do you think that's going to be the case here as well?
Kled, not Kled, but Kane is definitely a champion where if you get that early game rolling on, you get your form earlier, you could just transition that lead. If you get like the red form that he most likely will go on this game, like you can just start using that red form to your advantage. You get your first item, second item, and suddenly you're just unstoppable. And then you get like an ocean dragon on top of it, and like you just snowball this game completely. But we'll have to see how he does.
All right, guys, let's get onto the Rift for the third of 4 games today. Black Lion 5-0, the top team in the league right now. Core Dynamic hungry to prove themselves against the very best, and who better than the Lions themselves, fresh off of their victory against Sparks. If they lose here and Core Dynamic win, I couldn't think of a bigger way to announce your presence heading towards the top of the table for Core Dynamic.
Yeah, definitely. Black Lions undefeated right now. If Core Dynamic can take them down, like that is going to be a bit of a shake-up on the ladder. And we see the top lane. Okay, that's just Yumi getting 30 gold for free, I guess.
I used to use that strategy myself. I mean, it's, I guess, a small It almost feels like a little bit of a slap in the face thrown to Core Dynamic.
Wait, he
suggesting that
actually gets the mana regen item from that. That's actually so smart. Oh my god.
Well, there is no reaction from Core Dynamics, so yeah, they lose out on that early, and that means just a little bit more poke coming out from Blackpink. So from the interviews we did hear from from Black Lion that they literally just let Blackpink run the whole team as Tauri and Fangdare have this early encounter. I mean, I'm kind of curious, like, if you have an opinion on a team that is so driven by a single player rather than relying on sort of individual contributions.
Yeah, I'm not really sure like about this lineup. I'm not that really invested in what they do, but I think it can work. I think we have had some experiences with those, like a single shot caller just calling everything. I think the old G2 lineup with Mitty was one of a kind, where Mitty was just like puppet mastering pretty much everything. And it seemed to work out back in the day, but now we see Gragas just taking a bad trade in top lane.
Yeah, very aggressive from Tari, and we wouldn't expect anything else. As down the bottom side, Meki does get the double route through. It's a bold trade as Yuya will get taken very low. We barely started the game. Exhaust already onto the Quadra as they try and dance away. Yuya flashes, and it's a one trade there for Core Dynamics 2v2 bottom lane.
Yeah, Core Dynamic just realized that, hey, we have level 2, Black Lion bot lane doesn't have, let's just go in, let's take this trade. They came out one summoner positive, and we see Cyrox is getting bullied in his jungle right now.
Yeah, we've got Idu coming in from the side, nice use the bear trap and the pillar of ice to ensure the blue buff will lend a hand as well. Mid laners on their way, but it's Evil Yokai for Black Lion who's going to be getting here first. Fangdare flashes away, follow up from Idu, trying to get the kill, gets the first, but it's immediately traded back. Idu is now fleeing away from their own mid laner. They just about scrape away, one kill apiece.
Yeah, Kled actually just got his call meter back to 100, but he actually died before getting his mount back. If he got that back, that could have been devastating for Black Lion, but it's a 1-for-1 trade at Kane's own blue buff.
Alright, so they kill going on to Cyrox and to Edu, both junglers. Going to be accelerating that a little bit as Lucka gets really aggressive for that trade, almost dies for it.
Yeah, this is how you are supposed to play the matchup from Azir's side. You have the early game poke advantage, you have the early game shove advantage, and if your enemy jungler is not coming to your lane, you can just do this to the Corki. Now Corki has to base, has to use the TP right away to get his way back to the mid lane, and I'm pretty sure Azir can soon just take a recall for free and be just a lot more healthier than this Corki.
Yeah, Lucka right now just with a little bit of extra mana, a little bit of extra mana regeneration behind on CS, and also about to receive a visit perhaps from Cyrox to push through an early kill as well for the Lion mid laner. Looks to be for now it won't be pulling the trigger. Both of these mid laners, of course, you mentioned before, the Lion's mobility across the board, but Lucka does have that Valkyrie to get themselves out of trouble.
Yeah, definitely. And right now, Azir just wants to push in this lane so he can actually take the recall, get the items, get his health and mana back. But Corki doesn't want to let that happen. He doesn't want to give the free recall for Evil Yokai. And Edo is even coming to bully him out. But Yokai is just staying on the lane. He's really greeding out for this XP.
Is up to level 5, and I think we'll finally be looking for that recall. There is no jungler to help out us. Keep our eyes out for Cyrox, the Kane who is down towards the bottom side. Mountain Drake is the first one up for grabs as the junglers look like they're going to be moving back to more standard jungling. They've been doing a little bit of verticality for a while and avoiding each other's presence.
Yeah, that is super good for the Kane. I mean, you kind of want to take your form, but I don't think you can beat this Trundle. So just vertical jungling for a while, that's completely fine. You are 2 camps up at the moment. You have your you have a long sword advantage as well, so this is going well for Cyrox.
There's the gank coming in from Cyrox as the Trundle is too far away to intervene. We've seen how Edo can just walk into a lane and force a gank to happen, but nothing compares being able to get through the terrain and directly into the action.
Yeah, And right now we are reaching 6-minute mark. Cyrox is in the Dragon Pit. Is he clearing a ward? Yeah, most likely. Not gonna go for that one, even though he gets the bot lane priority. And Evil Yokai is just taking advantage of this matchup in mid lane. He's just permanently pushing. He has a 10 CS lead as well, and has the level 6 now for the shuffles for the remainder of the fights if he needs that one.
A little bit of a scrap between the junglers outside the Dragon Pits. We know that Cyrox is stronger right now, has got the level advantage on the Trundle, and that does mean that Yokai Zazir can just walk in, pick up those honey fruit, and keep themselves very, very healthy as they head back into the mid lane. So we glance around, we can see that the CS has remained relatively even, with the big exception of the bottom lane of Core Dynamic. They have fallen quite seriously behind.
Yeah, not really sure what has happened here. I think the early game you have to give up some CS because you don't have the same sustain Yumi has for the Ezreal. But still, that is quite a sizable CS difference.
Alright, we have got the first charge of the game. It's going to be the first kill with a charge of the game as well at Core Dynamic. They are dancing around this Drake. They may come to regret as Edo is getting absolutely clobbered, has no flash to get out of trouble. Lucka is there, but can't do anything to stop their jungler from falling.
Yeah, that's a 1-for-1 trade in the end. Of course, 1 kill game for Tao in the top side, where he just solo killed Feng Dere completely out of our vision. But as well, Black Lion just gets the first dragon of the game. I think Trundle was just killing it for like 1.5k HP, and Kane just comes up and goes like, yeah, thanks for the leash, buddy. And here we see the kill. Oh, that's a great charge from Kled and Taui. Like, my goodness, he completely dodges out the knockback of the Gragas ultimate and just keeps the distance on him. Gragas didn't even try to flash away from that one. He knew he was dead.
Yeah, that charge, that immunity to crowd control, while that's going on, very wisely used. Of course, that's the short-range charge from Taui. We'll be looking forward to seeing some of those long-range charges, very reminiscent of the Scion, and the ability to get around the map quickly.
Yeah, and right now in the bot lane, we see Ezreal Yumi just keeping this control. About almost 20 CS up still, just controlling this lane. They got the first dragon as well. I want to see what they can actually do with this lead. They have the CS lead, they have the item advantage right now. They can also get mid prio pretty much whenever they want. So now it's up to Cyrox to do something in this game. Right now he has been farming, he got the 1 kill up in the top side, and he got the dragon. But that's all he has done. It's only 9 minutes into the game, but I want to see him do something.
Oh, if you want to see something though, you look for Taui! They go onto the tower, what an absolute beast!
Yeah, I think Ezreal just hasn't played that much against Kled players, and like, you just forget that he can do that. It's not a fun experience to play against him, because if you hit your first E, you can follow with the second one over walls, you can follow like wherever he goes, and Ezreal, only having 1 dash and a flash, just gets run down by this Kled.
As the reward, Core Dynamic taking over the top side will grab themselves hold of the Rift Herald, while the lane assignments are mixed up once more. Evil Yokai is going to be receiving a triple gank. Of course, that shuffle will be able to get you out of trouble pretty much wherever you need to be.
Yeah, he's been doing his job in the mid lane, farming. Not perfect CS, but he also has picked up 1 kill, going for that first item spike. And we see Gragas just beat this Corki. Yeah, Corki has to flash away.
Oh boy, Lucka going for a little bit of the old face check into that bush. Unfortunately this time, Feng Dare transitioned down to there. So we've got Lions, bottom lane in top, their top lane in bottom, and for Core Dynamic, their bottom lane, it's a little hard to tell where they're going. They're actually going back towards the bottom themselves.
No, they just turned back to the mid lane. Not completely sure why they chose to keep it this way. Like, we just saw that Gragas is beating the Corki on a side lane. So, not sure what's the plan in here right now. I think they want to keep Taui against this duo lane. They don't want to get beaten up by them anymore. But also, like, you kind of want the Corki to get some CS as well. And right now, he's not doing that well.
You know, Manamune completed for Lucka to at least start building up towards that late game monster we know that they can be. But for Cyrox, they got that early kill. They've got themselves one of the highest CS scores in the game. So waiting to see them blow up the Lions as they have done before.
Yeah, and also we see Azir get the first item spike, no boots or anything, just going for that straight up Nashor's Tooth. A great item on this champion. You get 20% CDR, and the attack speed and the on-hit damage actually doesn't go to your soldiers, but still helps you last hit incredibly well. So the item is really good. I've seen so many mid mains just go Lost Chapter or even upgrade the Lost Chapter into Ludens on Azir, and it just cringes me every time I see it in LEC or LCS. It's just painful to see, but at least Evil Yokai knows what's the correct build here.
Core Dynamic gonna top lane Atawi, gonna go in once more. This time there's no evade on the cards, but we can see Fengde is not strong and he's gonna get charged down, flashing away. I don't think that's still gonna keep him safe. Walking in and taking the kill like it's nothing. Core Dynamic now pushing in the mid lane as well. They've got that Herald charge him, and that's a watch of change going across to Edo.
Yeah, that solo kill again into top lane. Also, we see Corki TP into the bot lane. He has the package up, and they are going for Evil Yokai now.
Yeah, there is the Emperor's Divide, but Yokai will not be saved. Those soldiers were caught napping, but here comes Cyrox. The shield does come out to try and keep Lucka safe, but won't manage to do it. Cyrox will go into the unballed trespass and successfully gets away with the teleport coming in from Fang Adair. So Core Dynamic will have to be happy with just getting that single kill. Both mid laners slain in that last encounter.
Black Lion has to be so angry right now. That's the second time in this game that they just cannot use their CC because the opponent is unstoppable. Now with the Corki package instead against the Azir ultimate, he just goes right through it and kills him.
That will ultimately still be for Black Lion the second Drake as we move into Cloud territory. So
Yeah.
far, the gold is pretty darn even as we're coming up on 13.5 minutes. And we have got a few extra items creeping into inventories as well.
Yeah, I think the most important thing is here that who has the gold in these teams. And right now the gold is on Azir and Kayn. Ezreal actually has quite a bit of gold as well. But on the other side, it is Taui who has most of the gold. He's almost unstoppable on a side lane right now. Like pretty much anyone who they send against him, he can kill them. It's just like the Darius game, but now with a different champion.
Evil Yokai on the Azir has been the champion selected to try and stand against Taui. As Lucka, having learned their lesson, will no longer go face-checking bushes down there. As we still to see the first tower picked up. We are past tower plating now, of course, and away from seeing a second Herald or a third Drake.
Yeah, right now there's not that many objectives to take. I think you just want to start taking these towers down. You want to keep really good vision control so you don't get ganked or just taken down on the side lane. And Core Dynamic, that's your win condition. You want Taui to succeed on the side lane right now. Just get wards for him, play around him, just get him to take these towers and just get the gold lead ahead even more.
Notable that Taui has got the Phage in pocket already to try and be an even greater threat while chasing people down as the bottom laners dance in the mid. A 32 CS advantage for Yuya, growing even from before. The cull for Quadra's Kog'Maw is still yet to pop to even try and equalize those numbers.
Yeah, we also see on the side of Core Dynamic, they have the Executioners on Corki. I think that's a bit of a weird item to take at this point of the game. Your opponents aren't healing that much yet. Of course, the Yumi healing is kinda annoying, but also your Corki, you really need your 2-item power spike, 3-item power spike, 4-item. Your champion gets so much better with items, and wasting this 800 gold on this item at the moment, like, I just don't see it being worth.
Yeah, we definitely need to see Lucka get that anti-healing where it needs to be. Perhaps worried about what Cyrox will be doing later on with their, I'm assuming, if we're getting close, if not already, onto that drain tank. Yeah, there we go. The transform is there. So That's the limited tankiness of the Black Lion squad. We'll rely on that healing to stay alive.
Yeah, I actually didn't see the red cane was already online, so I guess it makes a bit more sense to have the Executioners right now. But it is still 800 gold for the Corki to be using on this one. And right now we see the Taui finally upgrading his item. He has the Titanic Hydra, extremely strong item on these 1v1s. He can auto-attack reset, the cleave does quite a bit of damage, even to push out these minions, and he's just incredibly strong right now.
That is a whole ton of burst damage coming through there. Let's keep our eye on where Tauri has headed, which is down towards that bottom side. Of course, it's no longer so very long until we see the Cloud Drake coming up. So we've got the push out from Core Dynamic on the bottom. No presence in the mid at all, as Cyrox might be about to find the Core Dynamic jungler. Just managed to sneak away. The Herald is up, but Tauri coming in from the side is strong, but not maybe whole of Black Lion strong.
Yeah, I think he just wants to stay on this side lane, unless they want to contest this Herald, which is, I guess it's smart thing to do, but right now they were on the middle of transitioning, they were basing, most of them. Kog'Maw was actually getting his first item, so I think they just have to give this one up. They want their eyes on the next dragon, which is in 40 seconds.
Yeah, and eyes is what Core Dynamic have gotten themselves. They've set up pretty heavy vision around that Dragon Pit. Of course, if Black Lion managed to take back control, they'll be able to clear that out. But for now, it looks like it is a pretty big commit in here. It's up on the top side. Lucca could well be in trouble. It doesn't look like there's going to be a contest on the Drake, because instead, the Herald is up in the top side, looking for tower number 1. Lucca will get Umbral trespassed. No further way out, so a kill and a tower. The Core Dynamic, they're wasting no time either. They've charged into the mid lane, looking for a tower of their own.
Yeah, extremely well played from Cyrox. He didn't try to hit his double view before. He just immediately ulted because he knew that the Corki was most likely gonna flash away immediately. And he just follows him because, I mean, he's inside the Corki. And ends up getting the kill on the...
Oh boy, this could be a major misstep for Core Dynamic. So they get themselves their first Cloud Drake, but they lose 2 towers and almost get an opened up inhibitor. Taui is going to be trying to chase down evil Yokai if they can find them. Lucca coming in from the other side. Yokai might be put off by that newly acquired tower. And good escape, Yokai, with the Cloud Aura. They're going to be able to walk this one away.
Yeah, just mind gaming your opponents. Yeah, please, just come to me, come to me. Oh, I have a soldier over the wall. I'm going here instead. And getting himself out. I think this play was really well from Black Lions. They actually managed to get a kill, while Core Dynamic didn't. And on top of that, they got 3 towers in total, just for a trade of 1 Cloud Dragon. So even though it would be nice to get the Cloud Soul for Black Lions, it's not that important for this team comp. The movement speed is nice, the ult cooldown is nice, but also getting pretty much 2k ahead in the gold lead right now, that's even nicer.
And we're still waiting to see if Core Dynamic can weather the storm that's being put out by Black Lion at the moment. We've seen this a fair amount over the course of today. You know, when a team feels threatened, they just bring multiple people to bear and try and take down whoever they find the most threatening. In this case, it doesn't seem like that's happening to Taui, though. Instead, it has been Lucca who's been taking the brunt of the damage. No, finally, Taui will get aggressed onto, but there's no support from the rest of the squad, as Taui will be chased down. Support is coming. Taui sees the ice and finds safety.
Yeah, Evil Yokai extremely strong on this Azir pick right now. He's already level 13, just like Taui, but he is this mage. He has 2 items already. Has that Nashor's Tooth and Liandry's, both extremely strong items, and we see TP coming from Taui. Double TP, actually.
Taui going 1 versus 3. The TP is coming in as Taui gets knocked off of Skull. Reaction immediately from Black Lion as Cyrox tries to move forward, does get caught up. Vayner goes in. Huge explosive cast as Core Dynamic are on the back foot. Onto the tower goes Evil Yokai. Emperor's Divine splits. Core Dynamic into double kill for Yuya. And the tower's not even going to fall because Black Lion, why, they've got their eyes on an even greater prize.
Yeah, I think Taui just saw an opportunity to go there. It didn't work out. and they were already committed like way too far. And Blackburn was just like, wait, we have all of these engaged champions with a lot of CC, a lot of disruption. Let's just go in. And suddenly 4 people dead from Core Dynamic.
Towie, what are you doing? Thinking about going in to try and steal the Baron. Towie trying to put the team on the back. Doesn't go across the wall. That will be the Baron secured for Black Lion. They're now up by 5,000 gold at 21 minutes.
Yeah, they used pretty much all of their flashes in that fight, but now they have the gold lead, they have the XP lead, they have the Baron buff on their side, and now for the next 3 minutes they can use it however they want. If they want to take up this third dragon for their team, if they want to try to crack down the inhibs, or if they just want to take down the outside turrets. I think we are gonna go on a replay of this fight. We see the TP coming down from Towie, a second TP coming down a bit too late compared to Towie. He just goes on 1v3, has to eventually fall down, and the rest of the fight is just Black Lion realizing like, hey, we can re-engage on this one. Gragas flashes in, that ultimate just knocks the ADC, Trundle in, and Azir just extremely good ultimate to get people out of the tower range. Just getting 4 kills for them and the free Baron.
Less shielding in the Core Dynamic lineup than before. That vulnerability exposed by Black Lion and punished severely as Towie. Finally, Black Lion feels strong enough to really start going after the Core Dynamic best performing player. Both of those other carries for Core Dynamic, the Corki and the Cogmore, have yet to really come alive, and Quadra almost gets annihilated before they get the chance.
My goodness, that's some damage. That's a 2.5 item Ezreal right now compared to the mid laner, Lucker, who doesn't even have 2 items on this Corki. He's had to upgrade his boots, he's had to get the healing reduction item, Executioners, and hasn't had that much farm in this game either. So not, oh my god, he's just getting melted by the Azir on the side lane.
Yeah, Towie is nowhere nearby as Cyrox makes their way into the base. Core Dynamic. Finally, Towie joins the fight with the charge, but that Trundle is getting melted. Drops down the ult very quickly. As Core trying to turn it around, but look at that AoE damage from Black Lion. They are just ripping and tearing into Core Dynamic, who are sent fleeing back to the fountain. Those Baron Up minions come back, and that is going to be 1, if not 2 inhibitors going down in short succession, if not even perhaps the game.
Yeah, Core Dynamic just hasn't had the time. Oh yeah, that's a shuffle. Lucker finally getting out of his flash, but that's pretty much the game at this point. Core Dynamic, they had the right idea, they were leading in the early game, but their carries didn't actually get their items in time, but Black Lions did. And Black Lion is going to be 6-0.
There we go, Black Lions, they complete their day of glory and cement their place up at the top. Core Dynamic, I think, gonna learn a little bit of humility by the end of that game. It felt like they just reached, the Core Dynamic just reached a little bit too far in that game, and they just got slapped down by Black Lion.
Yeah, they definitely had the right idea in the draft and even in the game, but eventually their carries just didn't get to build those items in time. And also they were playing against heavy engage. The Red Cane can be super annoying to deal with, all the knockups coming in, all the healing. Gragas as well, knock up with the E, ultimate just throwing everyone off. And as well the Azir shuffle threatening your immobile carries. Well, Corki isn't that immobile, but he's kinda immobile as well. So you have to be really careful and get your items, but they didn't manage to do it this time.
Yeah, I mean, I think particularly I'm so impressed by what we were seeing, that Kane performance from Cyrox there. It felt like, this was, as much as Kled for Towie up in the top lane was an unknown quantity, for Cyrox, it did not feel like Core Dynamic knew how to deal with that pick nearly at all.
Yeah, he had an extremely good performance, and I was actually thinking about who am I gonna say is the MVP in this game. I would like to give it to every single member of Black Lions, but we have to choose one. So I'd say it was this Kane. He went he was unkillable in this game, didn't die once. Extremely good farm, was getting those early dragons for his team as well, and just eventually carrying those late game fights.
Yeah, I think that's totally fair. From what I'm hearing, that we're going to be speaking to Blackpink, the brains behind the Black Lion success so far. I mean, from what we saw in that last game, we know that Blackpink was running things behind the scenes, making the decisions. What did you personally think of the decision making that Black Lion was showing?
I think they realized what their comp wants to do. They want to get their items before your opponents and just use that to their advantage. They were waiting for their chance. They weren't fighting for like nothing. They were just waiting for a mistake. And once Taui went too deep, then they just struck back.
Yeah, I think it's going to be very, very disappointing if you're a core dynamic fan, which I know a fair few of you are. I mean, at least in this game, Taro, we put them up on perhaps a little bit of a pedestal. They did very, very well there. But ultimately, it wasn't enough. I mean, Taui's been drawing some bans with the Wukong and the like getting banned away. I have to wonder, as a result of this game, if we're going to be seeing Kane getting a similar treatment for Black Lion.
Yeah, it's definitely a situational champion. But if you don't have an answer for it, like this game, the Kane was a blind pick, and all they could think of was the Trundle, and he wasn't even stomping him in the early game as you're supposed to do. So now, I think banning the Kane would be the best option, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, it feels way too difficult to deal with. I wouldn't, in terms of further development for Core Dynamic, I mean, they went up against the very best team in the league today. As it was, towards the end, it didn't feel that close. But do you think, based on what you saw so far, how do you see Core Dynamics' future going?
I mean, today on the first game, and like even in this game, even though the game was quite short, only 24 minutes, but they were on the right track. And if they keep building up this team, just playing to their strong parts, I can see them challenging people in playoffs, definitely.
Okay, I believe we'll have that interview with Blackpink ready in a minute. But yeah, so, I mean, oh, sorry. Okay, I'm being told that we are ready. So Viperoon standing by with Blackpink. Let us know how it all played out.
Thank you very much, Counterfeit. It's me, Will Vibrant William, and I am joined by Black Lion's very own Blackpink. Blackpink, thank you for joining us. A massive congratulations on that result. How does it feel to be 6-0 after the third week of Square One?
I mean, first of all, thank you for having me for the interview. It's incredible to be 6-0. We kind of had the plan to win all of the SQ1. I mean, all of the teams going with that, but we knew that we had a really good chance. And now after going 6-0, I think we proved that to everybody.
Yeah, and beating some really top tier teams. A lot of teams, obviously, you want to get Sparks earlier today, and now beating out Core Dynamic as well. Definitely stamping your authority on the league. And just want to throw back to the game that we just saw. What were your expectations going into it, and how did the game itself, as a team, how did you feel it went in terms of how easy the game was?
I mean, we kind of knew that they were going for something with Kog'Maw because in a lot of games they went for it, and our coach is really good at preparing these games, so we always go in with a very solid plan. We knew that we are going to win the Azir Corki because our mid laner is very good. We knew that we were having a better bot lane and that I can go on the Kayn later on in the game. And yeah, Kayn and Yumi is very broken.
And so much there were a couple of team fights where I was just discussing how many times your team could engage and re-engage. Was that a focal point of the draft? Did you really want to be able to layer the Gragas and the Yumi and the Kayn and the Azir all together so you could basically not allow their team to play that much League of Legends?
I mean, when we saw the final draft, we knew that Kled is basically their own engage, and Kled's engage is very easy to read. If you ult, you hear it across the whole map, and then somebody can stand in front of your ADC, and after denying this engage, we should win every fight.
Absolutely. And it proved to be the case. It was a pretty quick win and definitely one where Blackline looked very strong. And you mentioned your coach as well. But throwing it back to what Feng there said in the first interview, talking about the coach being a bit of a mastermind, but apparently you're also quite a big brain player when it comes to making decisions on the Rift as well.
I mean, I am the main shot caller of the team, but I have to say that Feng pushed me a bit too far into the spotlight. I think that the team itself is just one giant unit. We all work together very well, and especially me and Cyrox have great jungle and support synergy. But after trying out and having built this team, we just like it clicked. We were very good together. Won all of our scrims. We improved a lot with the staff. Learned a lot from the coaching lessons in the scrims, and I mean it shows in our gameplay.
Yeah, definitely does show massive change from Blackline of last split now that you're on the team along with these new signings as well. So I guess the final thing I've got to say is you're 6-0 currently. Can Blackline go undefeated this split?
Very much so. I think we will go undefeated.
Perfect. Well, we'll have to tune in to make sure that you do in the coming weeks. But thank you very much, Blackpink, for joining me. And don't go anywhere, audience, because we've got one more game coming up. And we see Sparks Esports taking on Absolved Academy. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a second.
people still, making our constant binary choices and voicing our equally shallow opinions more loudly or quietly. Most people can't even decide what color to wear or which burger to eat. What does it matter, man? Autonomy is an illusion. Autonomy is an illusion. Autonomy is an illusion. Most people can't even decide what color to wear or which burger to eat. What does it matter, man? Autonomy is an illusion. Autonomy is an illusion. Autonomy is an illusion.
Welcome back, everyone, to SQ1. With my thanks to Amena for stepping in the previous game. Mars Swan joining me for the final game of the weekend as we see Sparks, newly humbled by our top team, Black Lion, now have a chance to at least wash the taste of defeat out of their mouths, going up against Absolved.
Yeah, I mean that last game, Black Lions vs Core Dynamic, was a damn good one. I'm rather sad I missed it. I mean, I was thankfully able to watch it, and again, thank you towards both of you for casting that one. That was truly a phenomenal one. But we've got a spicy one coming up, haven't we, Counterfeit?
Yes, Absolved, they've got the same chance that Core Dynamic had in the previous game, which is to make an absolute upset. Don't believe what you read at the top of the screen. For Absolved, it's not been a 5-0 series. There we go, 1-4. Whereas the Sparks, that one loss that will never leave them up against Black Lion, now on their record, no longer the undefeatable squad. Now have to see if they can get a bit of a reset here. Absolved, they've got very little to lose here. And we've seen them try some spicy plays before to try and upset higher up teams.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, when you've got nothing left to lose, when you've got everything to gain, 100%, it's time to pull out some fancy strategies, maybe a few of these dark technologies you haven't quite shown off yet. That's what you need to do. But for Sparks, they've just got a bit of stain on their pride, and they definitely want to get back to more of a perfect record, as we're seeing some picks and bans coming in quick and fast.
All right, so from Absolve's side of things, it looks like they are most feared of these enchanters, taking out the Karma and the Lulu. Looks like they ended up skipping a ban, but they'll still get immediate access to the virus if they want to go straight down to the bottom lane.
We know that in competitive professional players, one of the most 100% presence champions. Rare that we see that on the both pick and ban, and it was locked in for Nikolai. So definitely a high priority pick for him.
So for Sparks, we note that they did ban it pretty heavily towards the jungle. Zach, Gragas, and Karthus as well. Sparks, coming into this one, even though they're smarting off the previous round, I have to wonder what they're going to be bringing out here. It's going to be the Sivir. They teased us with the possibility of a Master Yi, but still, Sivir, relatively spicy, a little pepper army.
Yeah, a little bit spicy, occasional play in competitive play. Normally on the dive comps, it's going to be interesting to see if potentially they're already hinting towards the nature of the draft that they want to do. Dive comps typically want to play around this. If this is a Wukong lock-in, that's 100% what they're doing. And guess what Poke Varus isn't very good against? People going on him immediately.
Yeah, this is looking already to be nightmarish for Absolved. They tipped their hand in the bottom lane very early on. Perhaps they'll look to pick up some alternate threats here in the jungle or mid lane. Certainly Graves puts out a decent punch as well.
Yeah, Graves is great here. What can you do against a dive comp? Well, if they can't see due to the smokescreen of Graves, well, it doesn't matter if they're on top of your Varus and everybody else on your team. They can't do anything, which is the important part. I'd love to see a support pickup here. Something like a Thresh, I think would be really nice. Really allows them to kind of peel off and get rid of some of this dive potential that could come through. But we're saying, we're getting the old man of time himself. Zilean is locked in.
Well, if you ever want a do-over, he's your go-to guy. And also, we've got the time bombs, of course. That's quite hard to hit in a row. Not so hard if you know exactly where the opponent is going.
I mean, this is an important pick as well. It can be played both mid and support, which offers a lot of versatility comes around. Whoa, hold on up a second. I think the VCS and the LPL are calling. We've got a Shyvana most likely in the jungle.
Oh boy, yeah, we do not see this one too often, but it can go off super, super huge. Something I was looking out for in this game is just to see how focused the Sparks Esports draft would be, given that they are going up against a team that is dramatically lower than them on the table. If they try and go full bore, and I don't know, I'm having trouble reading the Shyvana pick in this kind of context.
So Shyvana is great in dive compositions, specifically because you can pick her AP. We're going to see AP Shyvana diving onto the backline with Sivir ultimate coming through, with Wukong ultimates coming through. It's a wombo combo, and if we don't see a Galio in the mid lane, I'm disappointed by Sparks.
All right, so we've had the bans coming through from Sparks. They have taken some of that safety out of the bottom lane. And mid lane is the focus for Absolve, but it's going to be the Bard coming in with that long-range Tempered Fate, but also, of course, the Magical Journey when you need to get somewhere to make that dive real quick.
Yeah, get in, get out, wax on, wax off. It's very good if you get in a bit too deep. Magical Journey your way out, get to safety. Some important noteworthy bans. Yuumi and Soroka were both banned away from Absolve to really prevent them from sustaining, but the mid lane for Sparks was targeted with that Kassadin and Syndrome.
So Orianna, we saw before, that felt like that was a bit of a missing piece in our previous game. That extra source of safety for your carry, as well as a shockwave. And who better to carry that ball into battle than the Malphite pick for Awaken the Absolved top laner will be the final pick coming in for Sparks. So it's going to be another carry. It's going to be the Corki in the mid lane.
I like this Corki pick. Granted, I was saying, I really want to see Galio. Galio's great and all for wombo combo, but it is nice to also have that safety of, well, if everything doesn't work out, what can we do? Corki's really good at just outputting loads of damage. and with the package, really good AoE damage and can totally work in dive comps as well. I love this. These are definitely two spicy teams we're going to be seeing.
And I like this from Absolved as well. Presumably, they've gone pretty deep into the tank here with their coaching staff to try and figure out how do we beat a team who, despite coming off of a loss here, are still an extremely scary squad. I mean, they've got so much counter-playing potential. I'm kind of curious what you think of if they can turn the plays from Sparks, can they actually win the games themselves?
I totally think it's open, especially with someone like Rock Solid, like Malphite in that top lane. They've got a lot of pick potential. They've got the nice wombo combo with Orianna Ultimate plus Malphite. Really does set up really nicely for Zillion bombs to get the AoE stuns, the smoke screen, as well as the Varus. Oh, they've got a lot of engage, but they've also got a lot of peel and disengage. So Absolve totally have multiple ways they can play team fights, and they're far more versatility in that sense. On the side of Sparks, they have one game plan and one game plan alone. Kill the Varus, kill the Orianna, and then finish off the rest later. That's all they care about. And maybe the Zillion somewhere in between there. Maybe.
I can really feel like this is the kind of game in which we might see stopwatches, we might see Guardian Angels. Heck, we might even see Zhonya's hourglasses coming out for Nikolai down in the bottom lane. If you as much as Absolve tipped their hand early on the draft, you're right, Sparks seems to be flinging their hand around the table and just daring Absolve to find a way to stop them.
I'm surprised currently, and as we are on spectator delay, that we're not seeing Varus taking cleanse. Honestly, I think that's a slight mistake. I also would... I kind of get why you're not, but if you just get early picked upon, this could be really awkward, and I think cleanse could potentially save in some important spots. Though the exhaust is a good substitute in some fights, and especially against a Sivir, you definitely get to out DPS her.
Well, if we're talking about Sivir, if we're talking about Varus, how do we see that bottom lane playing out, given that it's so important for Absolved? I mean, we've got the spell shield there for the Sivir, but at the same time, she's also kind of short-ranged.
Yeah, so in the early game, it's just going to be Varus and Zillion winning that lane. There is going to be at least some pressure asked of the jungler to come down. Shyvana is going to be very much required in a lot of spots to potentially save the early game. But come mid-late game, Sivir's going to be able to find more than fine with her passive. Has also gone cleanse herself, identified that the side of Absolve have a lot of pick potential. And I think that might actually allow a lot of differences to come through. Shyvana also definitely wants to get a lot of damage through, less with exhaust onto you. So definitely options there.
Yeah, I mean, I'm excited to see what Antero does on Shyvana here. Certainly before, Antero has been up in the opposing team's business almost straight away. There have been games when Antero has basically almost started in the bottom lane and just made it a 3v2 lane. I have to think Absolved, maybe that exhaust is a testament to them seeing that kind of play coming and just being really worried about getting murked instantly.
Yeah, I mean, if you get it to the wins, why change anything, right? If having Antonio basically living in your lane for the first minute, getting the early dragons, and then turning that into a win seems to work well in my eyes. So I'm excited to see how these early levels go, especially as these are some interesting and unique compositions. If you told me this is what we are getting, I would have called you crazy, but I'm really excited.
Yeah, it should be an absolutely fantastic match. So you said, as much as Sparks are looking to reset here, certainly in the previous game, Core Dynamic, not up to the task of taking down the unbeatable Black Lion squad, but for Absolved, a massive opportunity here to put the boot in while Sparks are down. I mean, if there's ever going to be a time to take down one of the top teams, it's right after they've taken their biggest loss of the season, and perhaps, just perhaps, they're reeling.
Yeah, I mean, if this is the time where maybe things are not feeling as good as they were, this is definitely it. Pounce on people when they're a little bit down and out, and Absolve could definitely find themselves in a good spot now.
All right, let's get onto the Rift for the final time this weekend. Sparks, sore, bleeding, bruised after their last encounter with Black Lion, no longer the top dog in the yard, but I think as a result of that last game, there's still some questions to be asked. If Sparks lose here, though, I think we get a little bit of an answer. They could be trended in a downwards direction.
Yeah, this is all Sparks have to decide, but they've got a good start. Interesting contestation.
A little bit. Yes, interesting is the word for it. As let's see, so no lasting harm done there, but I like this from Absolved. They don't seem to be intimidated by the fact they're going up against one of the league's top teams. They will get up in their business and maybe force Sparks to be on the back foot.
Yeah, they can definitely put Sparks on the back foot. And this is a team that don't really want to fall too far behind. They do have a scaling composition because they're playing the Wukong, because they're playing the Corki. They're more than happy to wait to level 13, where they start getting the 2.5, 3 item spikes power coming in. And then it starts to go a lot better for them. So that's fine. But then that plays completely into Nikolai and Bent, who want to literally do the exact same thing. So, I think it's going to be important to find out who hits those 2 item power spikes first.
Yes, for now, we'll just have to make do with their farming in lane, as it's going to be all standard for the moment. We do have Antero, sadly, not going to start us off in the bottom lane, but we're starting in the top. That's still a possibility. Oh, wait. It's vertical jungling. I wonder if Antero realizes this is the case.
There's a good chance that he doesn't. They haven't got any deep wards for them to know this unless it's just the natural jungler intuition, which we do sometimes see. A lot of damage, though, going onto this bot lane duo.
Yeah, Nikolai needs to get out of dodge real fast as they double hit with a boomerang blade. That's not something you can afford to happen too often.
No, you really can't afford to have that happen too often at all, Counterfeit. And the reason that is so devastating is that's going to put Nikolai so far down in this CS advantage across these early few trades. That's not what you want.
I will credit, though, to up in the top lane, Bad Pie actually getting the worst of these trades with Awaken. Not Malphite, not necessarily the most aggressive you perhaps would think, but is doing a pretty good job of trading.
Yeah, definitely doing a very impressive job of trading. And in my eyes, if anything, Wukong's never meant to win early game. He's not. But this might be against one of the few matchups where he's actually allowed to win early game because it's against a Malphite who arguably is known for having awful early games until 6, where he can start pressuring you. So maybe there's a chance. Maybe there's a chance, Counterfeit. Maybe.
So Awaken is getting that shield back up again, as Bad Pie looks like they're up for a scrap. That is a huge chunk of minions, though, that Awaken took that last fight in. Both these top laners bringing the teleport in, so that kill pressure is a little bit off. Unless, of course, we see jungler intervention.
Jungler intervention is always a good thing, especially for top laners. It looks like we're both getting double recalls, and then we're getting TP back in. Do you think Bad Pie will come in? And Bad Pie's up. I'm so not used to seeing a Wukong up on CS in the early parts of the game. It's just something you're not used to seeing. One day you see it, and now you're not sure what you get when you actually see it in person. You're only used to seeing it in solo queue. Good job on Bad Pie and the rest of the members of Spark so far. Really impressed with how they're playing.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen this from Tauri and others playing the Wukong pick. That Cull coming in to accelerate the Triforce later on as a double bomb does land, but in the bottom lane, Sparks are favored on those AD carry health bars, and they've got sustain as well as Nikolai to get caught, but there's a TP coming in from Absolved. Nikolai is going to be ignited and first blooded. The reaction is coming in, and it's looking like Deathstream is going to be chased down. No summoners left, and Dealerin gets the kill, and a second one falls across the Harbo.
Okay, so a 2-for-1 trade in favor of Absolved in that one. Unexpected how the lanes were going, but good job to all of the members. Definitely Habbo coming in huge on that Zillion. Just so good bombs. Really important in a lot of spots, just so that that little bit of extra damage is coming in clean. Those slows as well, really important. And now he's just able to get that solo experience. He's going to hit 6, and that's the critical point for Zillions. We all know that when you suddenly can give 2 lives to your AD carry, you almost win any 2-on-2 fight that happens.
Yeah, I mean, it's just been, from the draft, it's been such a great reaction here from Absolved to try and negate everything that Sparks are trying to do in this game. As you've got the push up top, but Sparks, they're all over this first Drake, and you can see Dealer and the carry for Absolved is nowhere nearby.
Yeah, he's not nearby, so they're just going to have to hand that over. Sparks pulling an early lead when it comes to the Dragons, but the gold advantage is about the same. Obviously, that first blood going over, it does help kind of prevent the 2 kills that did go in favor of Absolve.
Guarding you, the Bard for Sparks, the one who benefited the most, of course, has those boots of swiftness to enable a little bit of running around the place and also perhaps some more aggression down in that 2v2 bot lane.
Yeah, if guarding you isn't doing really aggressive roams, like basically trying to chunk down as much as possible, a lot of damage coming through already. Oh my god, what? Oh my.
I think that's the best way of putting it, because Absolve's bottom lane, they're getting hammered here. Another beautiful boomerang blade from Deathrim as they press hard into the tower, looking for those tower plates. Of course, there's no shields for Nikolai to avoid getting boomerang blade, nor for Harvo.
Nor indeed, and guarding you is just able to just keep slapping the duo of Absolve in that bot lane. Oh, coming in for a gank though.
Bad Pie has got the ultimate a little bit ahead of Awaken though, so that gank will not result in a kill for Absolve. Still though, 1 kill on to the Graves, 1 kill on to the Zillion of all people. Hasn't actually gotten the chance yet to spend that money.
No, really hasn't, and he hasn't reset since the beginning of this game. Coming in! Oh my god, Awaken!
The level 6 we're waiting for. Bad Pie flashes under the tower as Absolved are denied by a single auto attack maybe.
Darian, you missed 2 separate things. That's so unfortunate. I could see exactly what the cogs were turning. It's just so unfortunate that that didn't land. That was amazing by Awaken, though, to get that Malphite ultimate. Really come in, gave that opportunity, did the reverse. It's opposites happening down bot lane. Oh my god.
Deathrim gets traded across for the Absolve bottom laners. That will be a kill on to the both AD carries as a result of that last play, but pushing remains in the full control of Absolved, at least for now, in the bottom lane.
I'm starting to wonder how much am I actually going to get to really analyze certain plays and compliment players because of how bloody everybody wants to play these games. It's like some underground dogfighting. You don't talk about League of Legends, you don't talk about it, but because everybody wants to party in the jungle, well, we've got the rock-solid man himself who always wants to go in.
Yeah, we got to see those first ultimate dropping down, and we saw it's incredibly hard to deal with. We haven't even got to see this Malphite operating as part of the Absolve squad overall. We know how powerful they can be, as Dealered is getting a little bit excited here into the jungle, trying to steal it away. Absolve, very aggressive movements.
Yeah, and now Awaken start to hit become a little bit tankier, which is going to make it so Bad Pie isn't going to be able to do the trades he was hoping, especially with that Malphite passive. Definitely makes Bad Pie work twice as hard for all of that, as some items are definitely coming through. The Siva has now just got her BF sword, which is huge. That's going to be such a big item spike in comparison to Varus, who sadly just has a serrated blade and some longswords.
And even those big piercing arrows that are so feared elsewhere, we know that they will get spell shielded away by the Siva most of the time. As, oh boy, that trade in the top lane. How ridiculously far it went in favor of Awaken again.
Yeah, really is. And this is what I was talking about a little bit earlier. That the passive coming through from Malphite, as well as all these shielding items, it's just going to make it so Bad Pie can't trade. What Bad Pie should really think about doing now is just playing for the scaling and the team fights. That's partly why they picked this Wukong. Wukong isn't meant to win lane, rarely. He's going to be able to do effective trading like a lot of top laners, and then hopefully just has to wait the game out a little bit, as Awaken's going to put some pressure onto the monkey himself, the Monkey King, as some call him.
Yes, he's going to be pushed back here, and the recall will be cancelled. Of course, we are coming up in 10 minutes, which means the Rift Herald is up for grabs here, as well as, of course, all this tasty tower plating. It looks like Dealered is not actually going to press any further to look for that early play.
Yeah, it's pretty aggressive to try and dive onto a Wukong. 1, he's got his clone. 2, he's got an ultimate that basically double knocks you up. It's risky. I don't blame them if they want to try it, but I wouldn't do it if I was them. Or at least wait for an item to come through fully completed to maybe before I do that. But That's a bit early on to do that kind of crazy play, in my eyes.
Instead of the tower dive, it will be a swift movement on to the Herald for Absolved, who currently are sitting at, well, with the Herald picked up as well. Let's see, 7k, 6k behind Sparks, which is not too bad at all for a team that came in with only a single win on their record.
Yeah, so far so good looking for Absolve. Definitely a lot of opportunities. This bot lane isn't going as swimmingly as you'd hope when you do happen to get that Varus, but it could also be going far more worse. They've still got a 1, and 2 Varus going on. There's a lot of options in this game, and I think Absolve definitely can still have a really good shot in this game.
So we've got the Cull ticking away in both top and bottom lane for Sparks, so they're going to jump ahead in gold once those ones are completed. The top laners, of course, will continue their slow dance into eternity as neither can really put down the pressure on each other, both with the teleports down, as Harbo will be, of course, looking out to getting a play made on themselves.
Well, we've just seen Corki finished their first item. The Manamune has just come in, but then my eyes glance slowly upwards, and then I see an AP item on a Shyvana in the jungle, and my heart flutters a little bit like a schoolboy crush, and I'm so happy to see this. Oh, this is AP Shyvana. What more could I ask for on my first game casting SQ1? What more could I ask for, honestly?
Why, his heart grew 3 times that day.
It really is.
And Taro, well, I mean, yeah, we're talking about the Shyvana, but we haven't seen a huge amount from the Sparks jungler up until this point. They've got a bit of AP, but now Bad Pie's gonna get chased down. There's the damage going on the tower. Collateral damage goes sideways. Dealer and misses again.
That Wukong with the clone, with the dashes and everything else is just sometimes so slippery and so hard to find in the right spot. What's also important to note is that Delirian actually got some experience through the Zillion passive. Delirian's actually, oh my god, Delirian's taken very low. Antonio could actually just kill him here if he's not careful.
It takes another tower shot. Oh boy. I think the Absolved jungler, as much as, getting that Herald into the top tower will get a chunk of gold into their pocket, needs to be careful as we're getting into that first wave of items coming in. The Archangel's completed for Bent in the mid lane on the Orianna. On the other side, Manamune for Nafkala from the previous game. They're stepping a little bit too far forward, allowed for Black Lion to take the whole damn thing. As it's all going to go wrong for Nikolai.
Oh, Nikolai, no!
Flash when they had no way out.
Oh god, and this bot lane is just getting a little bit more destructive as the game goes on. This Sivir has proven to be a very important pick, but Awaken wants to have a bit of a poke onto the monkey himself of Bad Pie, but they're still going for it.
Yeah, just slapping back and forth while Sparks take down the first tower in the bottom lane. No resistance offered.
That's 5 turret plates.
Yeah, that's a chunk of gold just in before the timer runs out.
Yeah, that's a lot of gold over to the bot lane of Desrium and Guardian U. I was wondering why Guardian U wasn't running off as much to roam, but purely he was almost just shadowing, pretending to be Antonio, just to kind of pretend to shadow like a jungler, but I'm going to be your support, so I'm going to shadow around, get some of the turret plating gold as well, share that between you and myself, and that's going to be a real scary. Now we're seeing a 3k gold lead over for Spikes. And
I mean, we'll be keeping our eye out for those big ultimates coming out from Antero later on. You mentioned before, we've got Bad Pie able to swoop in with the ult for themselves. We've got the big, of course, the flight of dragons to watch out for.
Oh, yes, that's it.
I don't think that's the correct name for it. I'm just describing it.
I just assumed that was it. You sounded so confident. You thought about it and then sounded confident. I was like, I'll give it to him. I think it's a form of dragon.
Dragon's Descent.
Okay, Dragon's Descent. We eventually got that.
We're hella smart.
We are the smartest of men. We have come with great quotes before with our casting, so I'm sure we'll have more. I do have to agree with you. At the moment, Ante really hasn't actually hasn't got any KDA at the moment, but hasn't needed to, been able to aggressively farm on this Shyvana, and is going to become useful in these team fights with a lot of the AoE damage that comes from this AP Shyvana.
And so far, the Dragon control has been pretty strong for Sparks, as well as on the hunt is coming Nikolai. Where are your friends? They're teleporting in, but they could be too late. Nice evade there on the Chains of Corruption as Sparks move once more in to take Drake number 3.
Oh my god!
Oh. There is a Tempered Fate. There's the play set up and executed on as Sparks try and extend things further. Ben gonna get chased on the tower. Guardian you will get ignited, will be chased down, and will be traded for that Drake.
Not quite sure what Guardian You was thinking. I think he wanted to get all the fame, all the glory, all of the bedazzles and all the chimes, because he missed that one, and there wasn't actually one there. He just assumed there was one. It's what I'm assuming why he decided to take 3 turret shots. But in all fairness, they got 2 kills for that, on top of also getting the Drake. They're on Drake's soul point. This is definitely going to put Absolve in a very, very awkward spot moving forward.
For sure. You know, we've got the 5k advantage for Sparks. They haven't seemed to have taken too many chances. As you said, we're still waiting to see what Antero can do with all this farm they've been accumulating. All these extra Drakes giving the extra defensive stats as well when Antero starts digging their claws deep into Absolve.
Yeah, and we just have to look at that jungle disparity. We had Deliran, who has had 1 leveled up through that Zillion. You have to assume, but Antonio is, Anter, my apologies to the player, is already up to level 11 and hasn't had a Zillion to pop him over to an extra level of experience. That's a lot of golden experience over onto that one player who is currently 3rd in their team when it comes to CS, which is a phenomenal, really, performance.
For Absolve, they're trying to take their victories where they can, and they will grab hold of the Rift Herald for the 2nd time this game. Of course, down the bottom lane, we are at least seeing Nikolai being drawn away from Desrim, who's been their bane up to this point in the game.
True. He absolutely has become a bane in their existence. Bad Pie also hasn't got involved in a team fight. So far, they've been able to do all of this. Ante thought about doing something and then thought against it. It's fine that the Shyvana ultimate gets up very quickly, and Nikolai taken very low. Oh my god, the Zillion ultimate's just been popped.
That is a huge defensive measure down for Absolved, and Harbo immediately regrets it. Blown to pieces, that AP Shyvana, the Dragon's Breath coming online.
It's so much damage that you just don't expect, and was able to surprise them. Awaken, though, coming down, but there's not a huge amount for them to actually collect in this mid lane. Dragon's not up for another 2 minutes and 35 seconds. Baron hasn't spawned yet on the map, so all they can really get is a bit of damage onto this mid turret.
Does at least get their charge off, but while that's going on, we have to advance on the rest of the map as Bad Pie is getting a hit down by Awaken there. Actually burns the Cyclone. As there is a TP available for Bad Pie if they can make it back to this fight in time. But look at this Sivir delivering damage with extra spicy pepperoni.
That is so much damage coming from the bot lane. I honestly just wasn't expecting it. Oh, we've got a surprise though for a Malphite.
The Dragon's Ascent bringing Antero into the heart as Awaken realizes they can only try and trade themselves across. They will not do so as Sparks continue to come alive.
And you asked me when that Shyvana was going to come online, and my response to you is now. She's on now. You just play-by-play the last team fight. That's when she's online. She's online now. It's going to be really hard for Absolve. We know there's going to be a team fight in 1 minute 20. Both teams are going to get poised and prepared for this. Get as much vision down as the Dragon will be coming up. This is Infernal Soul, and this is a big one. All members on both teams would love to have this. The problem is, one team is far more favored than the other to get it.
So Absolve came into this game. They went through this draft trying to bring every tool they can bring out to try and negate the strategy of Sparks. So far, it just hasn't been working.
It really hasn't been. Part of the problem was the bot lane just was almost just outplayed. This, I don't know how much practice, in all fairness, how much practice Nikolai has had against the Siva barred bot lane. It's not a typical bot lane you'll come across. It definitely seems to be working for Sparks. This has just been really well played by all members. Guarding You is also a level up on Harbor as they're coming in for a fight. Thinking about it.
Nice use of the smoke screen as the TP comes in from Sparks. They are making the commit in. Shockwave does take the Corki out for a second, but charges it anyway. And Tero is on the hunt as then it's going to be a lockdown for a second. Here comes the Malphite. Where's the combo play? Are they too far behind? Absolve going to be chased down. Awakened! Ripped and torn to pieces. Nikolai hides under the tower. Sparks, they are doing everything they can to erase the memory of the previous game as Bad Pie round the corner and into an early grave goes Nikolai. Destrim stands triumphant as well. Sparks are sending a message to the whole league.
They've sent a message. They got 4 kills in that fight, and then what do? They take the Dragon Soul for themselves. Antair was able to grab a kill in that fight, become a huge point of contention, and then was able to go, guys, can you just keep pushing? I'm just going to go get us the dragon because you guys have got this all under control. They did have it under control, and it's huge. Congratulations to them as we're seeing a very nice replay come in. So it looks like they've got a lot of vision here. It seems pretty viable. But that Shyvana coming in, a lot of aggression coming in, TP coming around now, and it's really hard for anybody of the team of Absolve to really do it. Lovely Corki ult with the package, and really, after this, it's all they wrote. They used so much to get this Shyvana down to half health. Lovely flash there from Antair, and then the Corki, and then rather the Wukong comes in with that whirlwind, and that's kind of all she wrote afterwards as they pick up another 2 more kills, and Sparks grabbed the soul. Whoa! I almost feel like I did play-by-play casting for once.
I mean, in this game, as much as I'm impressed by what Sparks are putting out, I'm so disappointed for Absolve because we saw some echoes of what could be possible in a fight there. They finally got to bring some of their pieces together. It just didn't happen anywhere near as consistent enough. I'm not sure. We might even get to the end of this game as Sparks take the Baron here to accelerate that end of the game. We might not even see Absolve use their full team-wide combo even once.
No, potentially we won't, and that's partly just due to the fact that Bent and Awaken haven't been able to play in the same team fight at the same time and really kind of get a really nice cohesion working between the two of them. On top of that, you really want to have Nikolai kind of just doing a lot of poke damage in the background. They've just not had that opportunity because Sparks have denied it. They have dived on them at every opportunity given. A Bard ult coming in, it's going to be damage.
Nikolai gonna get absolutely boomed. Gonna be thrown bodily away from the mid lane as Sparks. I mean, if you're going to try and reset the league's expectations of your team, you're gonna want to take your opponent and so mercilessly destroy them that nobody will dare say yours is a team on decline. 2 inhibitors down at 24 minutes. I think Sparks are a long way from done this season.
Yeah, Sparks are definitely in a spot where they have a lot of opportunities. They can basically kind of end this game however they want to. They now have a 14k gold lead. They just did a 1-3-1 split push, getting 2 inhibitor turrets and 2 inhibitors for their troubles. They've got the Baron going, and that Baron play is still going for them. They're going to be able to get the Elder Dragon is also going to be up in 3 minutes. That's probably going to be the next point of contention, and that's probably where they're going to try and end this game.
Yeah, the Infernal Soul already in the hand of Sparks. They hit like nothing else, and we've seen Absolve's defenses just are not enough to keep them up. We're even seeing Antero, the Shyvana, for Sparks picking up a Magi Soul Stealer. If that doesn't tell you that Sparks are looking to try and toy and rip apart callous, cat-like, merciless Sparks.
Bad Pie's hunting. They absolutely every verb and analogy you were using perfectly describes how this game is going. Sparks are just trying to pick apart any hopes that Absolve have in this game still. They are slowly chunking them down and pushing in. They're knocking on this door in the top lane. What can you do, Absolve? Show us now.
We need that combo, we need that wombo, we need to find a way back into the game before Absolve. They could not be further behind. Here's the play! And finally, can they make it go good? No! Sparks are just too damn strong. We do have a shutdown on Tero, but that may be it. Charging forward, the fury of Sparks turned into a fire. A double kill, as it's going to be the ace, the triple. And the resurrection comes in to make it not a clean ace, but Sparks slapping Absolved in the face. They are not happy, and they want the world to know.
GG, well played, Sparks. You wanted it from minute 3. It was painfully obvious for all of us. GG, well played. What a statement, Counterfeit. What a statement.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's just going to be like complete shock and awe tactics deployed there from Sparks. They just did not let up. The bottom lane Sivir in particular, just absolutely terrifying. You see those damage numbers.
Jeez, what? That's not expected by any stretch of the imagination. I was, well, you pick a pick that people aren't expecting, you perform well on it. That's a statement to give out to the league, isn't it? Most damaging game by a country mile, and only your fellow teammates can try and catch up with you.
And this is in a game that we saw Absolve trying to counterpick every trick of Sparks. You can almost read the sneers on the faces of Sparks as they swept aside all those tricks, all those defenses, all those counter spells thrown away and just rolled over them like a tide out of hell.
Yeah, Desrim really does deserve that credit towards them. But in all fairness, Badpie was able to play the island for the first 50 minutes of the game and then was able to start coming around the map and really became an important member in a lot of those team fights. Antair was obviously farming for the first, but again was performing and got all of those really early dragons, which definitely showed up to be important. To be honest, in all fairness, all of Sparks played beautifully in my eyes. Congratulations to them.
Yeah, and Nafkala and Desrin both locking down 7 kills apiece. They were
So
both
much.
terrifying.
Yeah.
I have to think, though, I'm feeling, I'll of course leave the MVP association to you, but I feel like Desrim's domination of that bottom lane, the effective deletion of Nikolai out of the game entirely, it felt like it just completely warped that game in a way that Absolve could never recover from.
It was, I mean, in fairness, commiserations to them. Bent never really felt out of the game, just never really found a good spot into this game. We saw the beautiful combo of the Orianna Malphite ultimate, and I was really, really happy to see how that all worked. The problem is, it was at the very, very, very end of the game, and maybe if there was some options that they could have forced that earlier, maybe some roaming to have happened in like a 2v1 roaming, or maybe a 3-on-2 roaming up to that top lane or mid lane. Definitely more options, but they should take with at least something to themselves. The game wasn't fully lost through everybody. It was an equal thing that happened there. And in all fairness, they kind of got outplayed through just multiple different avenues. It's really hard, but this is a lot to learn from, in fairness to them.
Yeah, I mean, this is what you get when you go up against one of these top teams. As much as Sparks are no longer our very top team, they certainly showed a performance which is going to be raising more than a few eyebrows. We've kind of seen this happening a few times in terms of the specific ways that teams are getting that advantage. You're really going after these bottom lanes and, making it so that at best, you're fighting a 3v5 game.
Yeah, you really are basically fighting a 3v5 game when it falls to that kind of thing. The problem is the gold lead just becomes so immense, it becomes very hard. You need to kind of hope to steal like a Baron or maybe an Elder Dragon. Problem was they were able to basically win that game off of the first Baron, which makes things far more difficult in doing that in my eyes. And I think the game speaks for that, in fairness.
I'm kind of curious to see if we do see Absolve trying to bring this kind of team composition into future games, because you mentioned we saw that potential for it to happen, but they just never really got that opportunity. and what we might see them do to try and play games differently in the future to allow that to even happen.
Yeah, there was a lot of different options in that game. In all fairness, I would love you to think, what do you think if you just now take about the rest of the teams? In my eyes, I actually think the bot lane of Absolve actually had far more options and openings for them. It just seemed like they just couldn't really work it out. What do you think? If you take about the other members of the teams and just look at solely the bot lanes, I think there was a lot of options, and I just feel a little bit bad that Nikolai and Harbone kind of got dove early, and it kind of went bad from there.
I think it's tricky. We're in this situation here where, as much as I have to wonder actually if Sparks were expecting this kind of reaction.
Mm.
In terms of the draft from Absolve, because they didn't seem at all perturbed by what they were up against. They seemed to know exactly how to work around it. And I think maybe in the future for Absolved and for other teams facing off against Sparks, rather than going for some kind of direct counterpick, that perhaps just something more generically strong might be the key.
Yeah, I totally agree with you here. Almost feels like from what you just said to me, I think Sparks almost had the idea of what they wanted to draft. Or just decided to draft it, and they didn't almost care what the side of Absolve did. They were like, we're going to draft this. If you happen to outdraft us because you're countering our draft, well, we'll hopefully just beat you because we're really proficient at doing this. It would be an interesting thing to know from the interview, maybe.
All right, so I do believe we have ready for us alongside Viperoon. It's going to be Desrim, the Destroyer from the previous game, with Antero helping out on the translation duties. So Viperoon, do get us in with the player who chucked out the most damage in the previous game.
Thank you very much, Counterfeit and Master Swan. And I am indeed joined by Desrim and Antero from Sparks Esports off the back of their big win against Absolved. Thank you both for joining me, and massive congratulations to both of you on that win. How does it feel to get back onto winning ways after a disappointing first game today?
Ja, er fragt, erstmal Glückwunsch zum Sieg, und er fragt, wie fühlt es sich an, nochmal in ein gewinnendes Spiel reinzukommen, nach dem etwas holprigen Start heute?
Ja, erstmal vielen Dank für die Glückwünsche. Und muss auch sagen, es fühlt sich gut an, zweite Game so eindeutig gewonnen zu haben, nachdem wir im ersten Game schon ziemlich 3 Käse hochgespielt haben.
He says thank you for the congratulations, and he's really happy about the win, and it especially feels good to win this game after playing pretty horribly the first game of the, let's say that.
And while the first game was very rough, obviously, let's not dwell on that. We're obviously interviewing about that Absolve game, and the casters were talking a little bit at the end of the game about you guys coming into draft, seeming like you had a plan. Was the draft very set in stone, or was it more reactionary to what Absolve decided to pick?
Okay, es hatte den Anschein, als hätten wir im Draft von vornherein einen sehr, sehr festen Plan gehabt, von dem wir nicht viel abgewichen sind. Und die Frage ist, war das tatsächlich der Fall? Oder war das eher spontan?
Gute Frage. Ich würde eher kondizieren, dass es eine Mischung aus beidem ist. Spontan und geplant. Geplant auf jeden Fall, dass wir Varus counterpicken und mit einer Combo machen, die es ihm unmöglich macht, das Spiel zu spielen. Und spontan, ich meine, Shyvana ist immer spontan.
Okay, he says it's a great question. It's a mix of both things. The Varus counterpick, the Sivir, is obviously something we had planned. That's if we leave Varus open on red side, which again nowadays happens a lot more often, but there is mostly a plan behind it. It was to just not let Varus play the game if they do it. So we pick the comp where he can't really hit much, he can't really poke much. And Shyvana is a pick that he says is always more or less spontaneous.
Awesome, very interesting stuff to hear. I always love to hear behind the scenes from the teams. And I guess the final question for both of you is, looking forward now, we're getting towards the halfway point of split. Sparks are in a very dominant position at near the top of the table. Are you both confident about getting to your goals? Because obviously, as finishing so high up last season as well, you've got to be looking towards playoffs. And do you think it's going to be quite easy for your team to achieve?
Er fragt, wie fühlen wir uns jetzt in der Hälfte des Splits, wo wir nicht ganz oben, aber zumindest in der deutlich oberen Abteilung der Tabelle sitzen. Wie selbstsicher bist du dir, dass wir unsere Ziele erreichen werden? Und auch oben finishen?
Ja, also ich würde sagen, in der kommenden Woche haben wir spätestens unsere Spitze gefunden und danach werden wir bis zum letzten Finalspiel in der SQ1 kein Game mehr droppen.
Okay, it says that in the next week we will probably have found our playstyle, like sometime around next week, and then we probably will not drop a single game anymore until the league is over. And I can only wholeheartedly agree.
Interesting. I spoke to Blackpink from Black Lion last game, who said pretty much the same thing. So when your two teams clash again, I'll be interested to see which one of you will have been telling the truth. But massive thank you to both of you, Antero and to Desrin, for joining me at this interview. And thank you so much for everyone who's tuned in at home to watch this week of Square One. Thank you very much for joining us. We'll be back Saturday, same time, same place. So until then, thanks very much for watching.
You gave it up before you even tried, before you even gave it a shot. So why should I feel helpless? Why should I